A very good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the 2022 NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days taking place here at Ostrava Airport in the Czech Republic. I'm Ben Dunnell, and it's my great pleasure to be here to guide you for the first time through all the aerial action and some of the excellent ground activities that are taking place over the 2 days of this fascinating event. And it's especially fascinating this year, of course, given the security environment in which we find ourselves in Europe, with the activities going on east of NATO's flanks, and that is a major part of the displays that we're going to be seeing over these next 2 days, giving them an added significance in this year, in this 22nd edition of NATO Days. We're live here from Leos Janáček Airport in Ostrava on a rather chilly but otherwise fine Saturday morning, getting ready for some 8 hours of activity both in the air and on the ground, because this isn't just an air show. There are extensive military demonstrations on the ground as well, including a very wide array of military vehicles and also non-military activities along similar lines, the likes of the mounted police of the city of Ostrava, for instance, or the customs services. All of those are going to be represented in the displays that we'll be seeing over this coming weekend. Leos Janáček Airport is a very busy civil terminal, but every September it stages one of Europe's largest military air events. We have got military aircraft from the air arms of 17 nations participating this weekend, of which 2 are NATO candidate countries, 2 are close NATO partners but not actually members of the alliance. All the rest are full NATO members, and they're all very welcome here for what promises to be a really varied air show. Unfortunately, the Royal Air Force not able to be among them. We were to have seen the RAF Typhoon display team here this weekend, but unfortunately, following the death of Queen Elizabeth II, they have temporarily been stood down. So regrettably, no United Kingdom participation, but plenty to make up for that in the air at Ostrava for 2022. What we'll be seeing on this live stream, which is being provided in association with PlanesTV this weekend. Over the first couple of hours of the show, we'll be getting underway with an opening paratroop jump with the joined flags of both the Czech and Polish armies. This, I believe, taking place from one of the many Czech Air Force MIL Mi-171s that are present here this weekend. From that, we'll be going into the Hungarian Air Force Mi-24P, the first of several Hind displays, the others from the Czech Air Force. And then the attention turns to the ground activities with the 102nd Reconnaissance Battalion of the Czech Army and the Czech Air Force's 22nd Helicopter Air Base collaborating in an ambush scenario in order to capture a person of interest to the authorities. After that, it's the first of several aircraft manufacturer contributions we've got in the display, with the L410NG, the latest version of the LET L410 twin turboprop. That's followed by the German Army NH90, and then a slot with the Ostrava Municipal Police intervening on horseback against an angry crowd. That leads us through into the Austrian Air Force Eurofighter Typhoon, after which we have a hostage rescue situation from a group of terrorist hijackers involving the Czech Police Intervention Unit, the Polish Counter-Terrorist Unit, and members of the Special Female Counter-Terrorist Unit Quick Reaction Force team, who are over from Jordan. Then it's the Czech Air Force W3A Sokol Medivac helicopter taking us up to 11 o'clock, which is when the official opening ceremony of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2022 will be taking place. In the overhead, directly above our commentary position right now, is a MIL Mi-171SH transport helicopter from the 222nd Helicopter Squadron of the Czech Air Force at Náměšť nad Oslavou, and that is providing the jump platform for the first of a number of paratroop displays that we'll be seeing during this show. And there they go, leaping forth from the hip. The first aerial activity of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2022. Conventional ram air parachutes being used on this occasion. We'll be seeing some round shoots in action later. And this display, typical of the multinational nature of NATO Days, we'll be seeing several multinational contributions over the course of the show, combinations, I should say. Some of those as part of the ground displays, but others in the air, some interesting mixed formations planned as part of the more ceremonial aspects of the event. But here, as I said, we see representatives of the Czech Army, but we'll also be seeing the flags of the Polish Army displayed during the jump. At least that was the plan. The paratroopers jumping into the ground arena, which we'll be seeing a lot of action in over the next few hours. And as you can see, conditions on the ground are already extremely churned up. There's been some quite heavy rain in this part of the Czech Republic over the days leading up to the show. We are scheduled a relatively dry day today, but goodness knows how muddy the ground exercise area is going to end up by the close of play on Sunday. And indeed the flag jump element provided by the last four parachutists out. We see one of them flying the flag of the Czech Republic, another of NATO itself, and the other two of Sweden and Finland, because, of course, both of those Nordic countries have announced their intentions to join the NATO alliance. We'll hopefully be seeing that reflected in a special flypast to close the show, and indeed both Sweden and Finland represented by spectacular fast jet displays. Finland with their FA-18C Hornet, Sweden with Saab's new Gripen E making one of its first ever flying display appearances. But in fact, rather than the stated Polish flag, we see those of those two Nordic nations as the last to be trailed by the incoming paratroopers. We'll be reflecting much more on the accession to NATO in future of Sweden and Finland towards the end of today's flying programme, which lasts fully some 8 hours. Everyone on the ground then to conclude that opening act of our show today. And again, activities in the ground arena will be accompanied to some extent by aerial activity, notably the Czech Police Bell 412 will be supporting one of the scenarios there. Likewise, a pair of My 171s, another of the ground demonstrations. It's worth pointing out that although we won't be seeing much of it on screen, there is an entirely separate display arena for military dog displays, which will be taking place throughout the event. All part of the attraction of this unique spectacle at Ostrava. Every year, NATO Days selects a particular partner nation as a focus of activity throughout the event. This year, it's not actually a nation that's taken on that role, but NATO itself. And again, this part of the nod being given towards this event, by this event towards the expansion of the NATO alliance with the upcoming accession of those two Nordic countries. A very warm welcome to those of you who might have just joined us here on our live stream from NATO Days. I know we have some visitors from pretty far afield to the stream taking part in the chat, notably from the likes of Switzerland and South Africa. You're all very welcome indeed to join us. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend, whatever time zone you might happen to be in. And you certainly won't fail to enjoy the diversity that we have in the lineup here from across the NATO alliance and beyond.
Eurofighter Typhoon, který tradičně přiletí až z Rakouska k nám, nemusí vzlétat, protože z Rakouska to má kousek, dělá vystoupení a zase zpátky do Rakouska odletí. Dále se taky dopoledne můžeme těšit ještě na osvobodení rukojmí z rukou teroristů. Velice zajímavá ukázka zásahové jednotky policie České republiky, ale nejenom české, ale představí se taky polská policie a taky jordánská ženská armáda.
Another element of NATO Days is, of course, the participation of some of those aircraft that are operated by multinational alliances. And to that end, we expect to see, as part of the official opening ceremony fly past today, one of the Airbus A330 tanker transports, which provides a multi-role tanker transport capability to different NATO countries. We were hoping to see one of the NATO E3A AWACS airborne early warning and control platforms here. Unfortunately, that's one of a number of participants not able to join us due, of course, to urgent operational requirements, of which there are many at the present time. Also, those of you who've been looking at the participation list in the run-up to the event will note that the Croatian Air Force is sadly absent. We've been hoping for the last few days to get their aerobatic team, the Krila Oluja, in with their Pilatus PC-9Ms. Unfortunately, that hasn't proved possible due, I believe, to a lack of support transport aircraft capability. But nonetheless, a very warm welcome to all of those nations that are participating here, 17 of them with military aircraft, as I mentioned. Plus also a visitor from further afield from one of the manufacturers supporting this event. The Brazilian Embraer KC-390 is on static display.
konám bez jakýchkoliv restrikcí, omezení, nařízení a tak dále. A věřím, že si to
Also, incidentally, something we're not going to be seeing as planned today, the US Air Force B-52 flypast has been removed from the programme. That was due to have been happening later on, but that is another late cancellation. Nonetheless, it's not as if we'll be short of aerial activity in the flying programme that we have, and there'll be the odd other aircraft movement between displays as well. The ground displays providing opportunities for those to take place, interspersing the flying display and making sure the crowd still has something to look at. As you can see on your screen, something of a motorcade under police escort currently in the course of arriving in the VIP area. That space you can see on camera at the moment is another part of the ground display arena where some of the activity will be taking place that doesn't need to venture onto the muddy grass. Another of the Czech Mi-171s there getting airborne. We'll be seeing a lot of activity from them during the display. Taking part in one instance in the paired display with the Mi-35 Hind, which has been seen a lot over the European display circuit this summer, but also in some of the air and ground scenarios that are planned. And with the HIP airborne, I'm hoping that very shortly we'll see the first of our flying displays proper. Likewise, lifting from the far side of this enormous airport. To get you an idea of the geographical situation, we're about 12 miles, 20 kilometers or so southwest of the city of Ostrava. This airport, with scheduled and charter services, the main such facility in the region of northern Moravia and Czech Silesia, formerly known as Moshnov, and a former Czech Air Force Base and Czechoslovak Air Force Base before that. It was renamed in 2006 after the famous Czech composer Leoš Janáček. But for the first of our flying displays at NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2022, we turn to a very familiar type from Czech service, but here being operated by the Hungarian Air Force. That very menacing and distinctive shape heralds the arrival of the MIL Mi-24P, NATO codename Hind. particularly menacing in the black colour scheme the Hungarians have adopted for their Hind fleet. This helicopter comes from the 86th helicopter base at Szolnok, and it's in the hands of two unit test pilots, Lieutenant Colonels Attila Susta and Sandor Makai. Such a versatile battlefield helicopter, this. The Mill Design Bureau started development of it back in 1968, building on the success, the huge success, of the earlier Mi-8 transport. And the intention with the Mi-24 was to provide both infantry lift and attack capabilities in one platform, with troops being carried on board, able to mount weapons in the helicopter's side windows. And it first took to the air in September 1969. There followed lengthy service acceptance and testing trials before the Hind A model came into service with the Soviet Army in 1972. Back then it looked rather different, because the familiar Hind profile that we see very well there involves the two separate tandem cockpits, which have the gunner in front and the pilot in the raised position behind. But it wasn't always so, because the early Hinds had a single cockpit accommodating multiple crew members and with a very large glazed area. It was on the Hind D model that change was made, and from that was produced the Mi-24V, which was the most numerous example, with in excess of 1,500 produced. Used in all sorts of conflicts, of course, since it made its combat debut with Ethiopia in that country's war against Somalia during 1977 to 78. But the war in which the Hind really gained its spurs was the 1979 to 80 Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, in which it was very successful, and as a result of which the concept of operations for these helicopters was revised by the Soviets, with less use being made of the transport capability and rather more as a pure attack and fire support platform. There's a very interesting story behind how Hungary came to acquire its current fleet of Hinds. They're all, in fact, ex-East German examples. 12 former East German military Mi-24D and 24P models were provided as a gift by unified Germany, which had found it had no use for these helicopters, in 1994. They'd only arrived in East Germany around the time that the Berlin Wall fell in late 1989. So therefore they were fairly low-hourred. Initially, they weren't put into Hungarian service at all. They went into storage, but later the Hungarian military decided to reverse that, and in 2003 to 4, they began an overhaul effort. So Hungary then had its Hind fleet in service, only to retire them in 2013 at the end of their existing airframe lives. Roll forward to 2017, the Hungarians elected to put them back into service again, and they were sent for a major overhaul, which was carried out by the Russian helicopters facility in St. Petersburg. The first 4 of them returned to Hungary in September 2018 aboard an Antonov An-124 transport, and all 12 of them are now back at Szolnok. And among the big changes that have been made is the addition of an English language display and computer system in the cockpit with integrated access to the navigation and communications systems. This all part of the westernization that these helicopters have been through over the years, just as the Czech Hinds have, that we'll be seeing later on in the programme. Hungary plans to keep its Hinds in service until at least 2025, and they've been expanding their roles beyond just the military sphere. These helicopters are now able to support the civilian populace on missions such as flood and disaster relief. But they are being augmented by more modern Western equipment. Hungary is buying 20 Airbus H145Ms, which started to be delivered in November 2019, and also from Airbus Helicopters 16 examples of the very capable H225M Caracal version of the Cougar. The Heinz weapons in Hungarian service combine the 0.5-inch Yak-B rotary machine gun and the GSH-30 fixed twin-barrel cannon up front. They also carry S-8 unguided rockets and Sturm anti-armor missiles on the pylons beneath the stub wings, which are another very noticeable feature of the Mi-24 design. So completing their sequence with the MIL Mi-24P, Lieutenant Colonels Attila Sushta and Sandor Makai from the 86th Szolnok helicopter base of the Hungarian Air Force. More to come from the Hungarians later with their Jas-39C Gripen display. And more Hinds to come, courtesy of the Czech Air Force, with both the duo display with a Mi-171SH and a solo. Now, talking of the Mi-171, as we see the Hind come into land, we saw one getting airborne a little while ago. Well, it's going to be forming part of our next scenario during the ground displays.
Dobrý den, jsem zastupce velké roty a budu vaším komentářem provázet mimořádnou ukázkou, kterou pro vás připravili příslušníci první výzkumné jednotky ze Sudovou průzkumného praporu speciál. Naplní dynamické ukázky bude provedení léčby. Abychom si prvně vysvětlili, co to vlastně léčba je. Léčba je jedním ze způsobů vývoje činnosti sumění orgány na pohybujícího svého nepřítele. Spočívá v překvapivém napadení sílem zničit nepřítele, zmocí se zájemců dokumentů, velkých zdroje a bojové techniky.
And here is the return of that Mi-171SH. In fact, we have two of them, supporting a scenario in which a leading role is played by the Czech Army's 102nd Reconnaissance Battalion from Prostějov. And this is an ambush demonstration, the aim of which is to destroy the enemy and to capture, in this case, some important material in the form of a suitcase. It's being conducted by a reinforced reconnaissance group supported by the assigned air assets, these two Mi-171s of the 222nd Helicopter Squadron from Náměšť nad Oslavou. So they're dropping off in this first part of the display a reconnaissance unit, and they're going to move forward on foot. Off goes the Mi-171 with the rear open. My apologies, the rear ramp was closed on that occasion. We will see it deployed in the scenarios later in the show. Now, watching the ground activity, we see the reconnaissance unit splitting into individual patrols. And they're going to gradually take up station behind the ramparts, which are simulated using camouflage netting for the purposes of this demonstration.
Že prostor, ve kterém bude ukázka provedena, je možnostní letiště. Při reálném provedení by bylo vybráno místo, kde by bylo vhodnější možností skrytí, vzdálenosti by byly další a časové intervaly by byly další. Jednotka by byla vysazená ve větší vzdáleností od prostoru léčky z důvodu utajení a s mnohem větším časovým přestihem by se nastupovala do prostoru léčky.
The ambush, of course, one of the methods of conducting ground combat operations by reconnaissance units against a moving enemy target. The idea being to launch a surprise attack. There are many different objectives in this case. One of them can be to disable or destroy the enemy, maybe to seize a prisoner, to seize documents, which is really with the suitcase that's being attempted to be seized in this display, the scenario here. Also items of equipment, including combat equipment. They can be conducted with or without fire, using booby traps or other noise. And a suitable location for an ambush will involve Places where, of course, the reconnaissance unit can conceal themselves in the expected direction of an enemy advance, but still providing a good lookout for observation purposes and a means of executing an equally hidden and rapid exit. Now, on the left and right-hand sides of the ground display area are observation patrols that are going to be tasked with securing access to the eventual ambush area. And in the centre left, in the direction of the attack they're going to conduct, a firing party is deployed to open fire at the vehicle of interest and stop it first. One of the soldiers now coming forward to lay a charge. The purpose of this is to destroy or slow the first vehicle entering the site where the ambush is going to take place. In the middle is the ambush team, which once they've stopped the vehicle will begin deploying to it to perform an initial search. The 102nd Reconnaissance Battalion, stationed at Prostějov, conducts combat reconnaissance, deep reconnaissance, human intelligence, and reconnaissance on foot and using vehicles, using examples of the latest technology. Now, the enemy vehicles, portrayed by a Land Rover Defender 130 Cayman with a gunner in the turret, are now entering the area. And now, there goes the charge going off, and the ambush team have gone into action, opening fire on the two Land Rovers. It's brought them firmly to a stop. One member of the crew of the escorting Land Rover has got out of the vehicle and taken up position behind it. But here's the ambush team coming into action, getting ready for that initial search. Covering fire being provided. And there they are, having disabled the vehicle initially, they're now moving in. First of all, removing one of the crew members and searching him. Of course, they're checking the state of each of them, having removed them from the Land Rover, as well as seeing what in the way of ammunition they may have about their person, as well as other equipment. Of course, in the event of a realistic execution of this scenario, the team would choose a location where there's far greater concealment possible. Also, the distances between the positions they took up and the target vehicles or individuals will be much greater, and the time intervals involved much longer as well. can see the ambush team patting down each of the crew members from the Land Rovers, just as I described.
Nyní si můžete všimnout, že jeden voják nastartuje výbušný systém. Smyslem této akce je zničení vozidla nepřítele.
And they're now preparing charges in order to destroy the two vehicles. As a general rule, an ambush such as this should take no more than 7 minutes to execute from start to finish, reducing the time available for other hostile forces to disrupt what's going on. You can see the briefcase, or the case that they were looking for has been located, and there a further hostile vehicle indeed does come in to try to disrupt the ambush team, and is immediately fired upon. Another Land Rover Defender 130 Cayman doing so. It's immediately been disabled, steam pouring from the engine. The ambush team, having picked up their desired cargo and made their retreat, having disabled that vehicle, are now retreating to their colleagues who are already being positioned to be picked up by the Mi-171. We're going to see a smoke grenade thrown into the landing area to signal to the pilot of the HIP that it's safe to land, with cover being provided by the second Mi-171. Meantime, the enemy Land Rover smouldering nicely. Here come the Mi-171s then to execute the recovery of the ambush team. The smoke grenade has been lit. That's the blue smoke that's arising just to the left there of the ambush team. One Mi-171 then gaining altitude there to effect top cover as the other comes in for a tactical landing. The rear ramp is deployed. This is a feature of these newer Mi-171s in place of the clamshell doors on the older models. And that is the ambush operation complete, courtesy of members of the 102nd Reconnaissance Battalion, Czech Army, stationed at Prostějov. And as I say, the helicopter support from the 222nd Helicopter Squadron at Náměšť nad Ostravu.
Který je ředitelem letošních ukázek, že stroj z Rakouska je fyzicky přítomen tady na letišti v Ostravě. To znamená, že na svou ukázku zletne a následně bude přistávat. Nebude to tedy tak, jak v dřívějších letech, kdy z Rakouska přiletěl a zase se do Rakouska vrátil. A možná hodně zajímavá bude taky ukázka vzletu stroje A400M Atlas, který by měl vzletět 10 hodin a 15 minut. On odletí, ale vrátí se v průběhu odpoledne a provede, respektive kolem 12 hodin by se měl vrátit a provede simulaci tankování záletu. On odletí z toho důvodu, že skutečně tankování Gripenů proběhne, ale mimo ukázky našich, respektive našich poslední, toto tankování proběhne mimo na to na vzdálené, vlastně ve vzdálené oblasti a posledně se kolem 12 hodiny vrátí s těmito Gripeny a bude simulovaná ukázka tankování Gripenů záletu stroje A400M Atlas. Následně čeká další ukázka stroje L410NG.
As you can see, quite a crowd gathering along the edge of the ground display area, and we'll be back there in due course for one of the most interesting and unusual aspects of the displays here at NATO Days, because at about 10 o'clock we'll be seeing the municipal police intervening against an angry crowd. But now it's the first of our aircraft manufacturer contributions, and starting off in very spirited fashion, it's the LET L410NG. This is the latest iteration of a very, very long-running and popular family of twin turboprop light transports indeed. The LET L410, the turbo-LET, first flew in 1969 and has been one of the most successful products of the former Czechoslovakian, now Czech aircraft industry ever since, with in excess of 1,200 produced. The design is now built by a company called Aircraft Industries, which is the new name for LET. And the L410NG model that we see here was first flown in July 2015, entering production in March 2018. What are the main changes compared to the older models? Well, the General Electric H85 turboprops are new and more powerful. The wing design has been refined. There's more space on board for luggage. And, of course, the cockpit avionics have been significantly updated. What it adds up to is an aeroplane with more than double the maximum range of the older models. It's able to achieve around 1,700 miles range and has an endurance in excess of 10 hours. A wide variety of customers have always operated the L410, both military and civilian, and it's intended for the L410NG to be no exception. The first serial production example went to a customer in Russia, and they've been sold to buyers in a number of nations. It's also possible, apart from using the standard wheeled undercarriage, to equip the aircraft with floats for water operations. That redesigned wing includes quite substantial fuel tankage. And it's also helped increase the aircraft's payload to the tune of some 500 kilograms. Helped also by the longer nose, in which smaller items can also be carried. And it's all building upon the success of the earlier L410 turbolet models. Still in extensive service with the Czech Air Force, an aircraft with very good short takeoff and landing capabilities, economical to buy and to operate. An aircraft that aircraft industries feel is a very strong competitor to others in its class, the likes of the DHC-6 Twin Otter and the Dornier 228. It's certainly doubtful you'd ever see a Twin Otter during an air display banking quite so far past the vertical as that. It's always been a very, very agile aeroplane, the L410. I well remember seeing older models providing one of the Czech Air Force's display teams in the early 1990s, the four-ship known after its founder as the Shobby Quartet, in which we enjoyed at several editions of the then International Air Tattoo shows at RAF Fairford. Not the last representative we'll see in the display of the modern Czech aircraft industry, because later Aero Doherty will be demonstrating their new L39NG version of the Albatros. But that was a very elegant display indeed by Aircraft Industries of the L410NG. But back to the rotary wing world now. And the first of our items from the German armed forces, who are making a very strong contribution to NATO Days 2022. We have aircraft from, in fact, all three of the German military flying services here in the flying and static displays. We'll be seeing the Luftwaffe, the Air Force, displaying the Airbus A400M later on in the programme. We have several German Navy aircraft in the static display here, but now it's the German Army who are about to take centre stage with a helicopter that in its own right is very important to the NATO alliance, now in service with several member and candidate countries. Just positioning for its initial run-in. As it does so, I'll give you a little idea of the fact we have a rather unusual display site layout here at Ostrava, because the display line that the aircraft are using is in fact at 90 degrees to the main airport runway. So when aircraft take off from the airport here, some of them are flying in, but most of them are operating out of Ostrava airport. They have to get airborne and reposition quite significantly into their display to take up the line, as this item is now doing from the German Army, the NH Industries NH-90 tactical transport helicopter. Another multinational collaborative program, this, of course. It was instigated in the mid-1980s. Today, the companies it brings together as it fires off the first of several flares that we'll see during its display. The companies it brings together today, following on, of course, from various mergers in the industry, are Airbus, Leonardo and Fokker Aerostructures in the NH Industries consortium. And there are two main variants of this helicopter. This is the TTH, the Tactical Transport Helicopter. There's also the NFH, the NATO Frigate Helicopter. And that is providing the basis for the NTH version, the Naval Transport Helicopter, which Germany is dubbing the Sea Lion, and the MRFH, Multi-Role Frigate Helicopter, to the Germans, the Sea Tiger. A bit of an alphabet soup of designations, this. Over 470 NH-90s have now been delivered. Apart from Germany, they're operated by Australia, Belgium, Finland, France, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Oman, Qatar, Spain and Sweden. This tactical transport helicopter version can hold up to 20 fully equipped troops in the cabin. It can perform transport of loads both internally and externally, using, of course, an under-fuselage sling, and also the search and rescue mission. Other taskings could include casualty or medical evacuation, combat search and rescue, rescuing personnel from hostile zones, command post operations, VIP transportation, and several others, all of them with specific role equipment added. In the case of the TTH, a pair of door-mounted heavy machine guns can be added for self-protection. And the NFH frigate-based helicopter is similarly multi-role in the maritime environment. Anti-submarine warfare, anti-surface warfare, search and rescue, surveillance, transport, casualty evacuation, special ops, all within its remit. It goes without saying, almost in the modern era, that the cockpit is a very digital environment in terms of the mission system, the avionics, and the fly-by-wire flight controls. This all helps give the crew of the NH-90 high situational awareness in the battlefield environment. They're not constantly having to look at myriad gauges and other instruments in the cockpit. The operation of these digital functions is all extremely easy, often one touch. And that's absolutely what you need on the front line. And the German Army NH-90s have indeed been on the front line. They've replaced the Bell UH-1D, the Iroquois, the famous Huey, in the troop transport and search and rescue roles. They can also perform maritime missions and convoy protection tasks. It was back in 2013 to 14 that the German Army Aviation, the Heeresflieger, first deployed the NH-90 to Afghanistan, performing medical evacuation missions on the front line. Since 2017, they've also been engaged in the stabilization efforts in Mali. And since late 2020, they've been back in Afghanistan, replacing the Sikorsky CH-53Gs, which used to be with the German Army and are now with the Air Force. On the home front, as it were, last November, German Army NH90s were used in flood relief efforts in the German states of North Rhine-Westphalia and Rhineland-Palatinate. 2 operational army units fly the NH90 in Germany. This one comes from Transport Hubschrauber Regiment, or Transport Helicopter Regiment 10, stationed at Fassberg. There's also Transport Helicopter Regiment 30 at Niederstetten, and yet more are on strength with the training unit at Buckeburg. And 18 examples of the naval transport helicopter variant will join them in German Navy service. They've been on delivery since 2019, replacing the Westland Sea King. The Navy also getting 31 examples of the multi-role frigate helicopter for shipboard operations, which they ordered in late 2020, in this case to replace the Westland Sea Lynx, which is on display in the static park here. Captain Tim Ackman is the aircraft commander for this display. The pilot flying is Captain Martin Mikolajczyk, and the flight engineer Master Sergeant Mark Ludman. And what a flare firing there. Of course, part of the NH90's considerable suite of self-protection equipment. The crew then giving their final bow with the German Army NH Industries NH90. Bringing it down the display line once more before clearing off to the far side of the airfield where the flying display participants are all based, that being the civil airport terminal side. Also home to a significant quantity of airliner maintenance and painting operations. But with the NH90 clear, we turn back to the ground displays, and one that promises to be absolutely fascinating, featuring a fine array of equine beasts. And Dalibor Cibulka is here to talk you through what's about to happen. Dalibor, welcome.
Nicméně na vedení nás čekají taky velice zajímavé dynamické ukázky na zemi. Už za pár okamžiků se nám představí městská policie Ostrava. Vy co máte rádi koně, tak se pojďte podívat, protože kromě toho, že se můžeme těšit na zákon v skupně osob, která narušuje veřejný pořádek, ukázku z výcviku koní a rozhodně to zajímavé. Další dynamický ukázek na zemi. Rozhodně můžete uvidíme, třeba velice zajímavý společný zákon proti nebezpečným pachatelům drogových.
So good morning to all stream viewers. My name is Dalibor Cibulka. I wish all visitors a nice day. And I'm from the University of Defense, the Language Institute. The university is located in Czech Republic, Brno. And I'll talk you through the following demonstration. So what can you expect? In a little while, you will have the opportunity to see the intervention of officers of the operative department of the Ostrava Municipal Police, which will be directed against a group of people who disturb public order in a massive way. So you can hear the sirens. So 2 teams of law enforcement officers, 6 riders of the hippology group with horses, and 2 police officers with dogs will perform a joint operation on the airport area. So you have the opportunity to see that before the intervention itself begins, the police officers will create a so-called intervention formation. They remain in this formation until the very beginning of the raid. So before the commander prompts them to carry out the intervention, they can hear repeated legal prompts to stop the illegal act. Part of the legal prompt is also warning that if it is disobeyed, police officers will use any law enforcement measures to establish the order. The commander of the intervening units issues a legal warning to a group of persons disturbing public order. The group of persons does not respond to these repeated legal prompts. On the contrary, you can see that they increase the intensity of their illegal actions. The group of suspects use pyrotechnics, smoke grenades, plastic bottles filled with water and stones. They use all of this to attack the intervening police officers. And because of this situation, the commander issued an order to carry out the intervention. Horses are the first to arrive at the scene. The task of the riders and their horses is not only to break through the barricade made of barrels, but also to break the integrity of the crowd into small groups of individuals. Immediately behind the horses there were the marshals and police dog handlers, who also use tactical formations of vehicles as a cover. Perimeter security has to be established. It's done with the help of horses, dogs and vehicles. You can see that horses secured the front line of the site and dog handlers secured the rear side. The perimeter security of the intervention site or the outer perimeter as well are important to ensure the safety of the intervening officers. And it was followed by an intervention against individuals disturbing public order with the use of law enforcement measures. The persons disturbing public order were brought to the ground and handcuffed, and security search of these people took place.
Ještě si dovolím, dámy a pánové, pár slov ke skupině pořádkové služby, která provedla zákrok
After this police intervention, the troublemakers were detained, handcuffed, and after security search, escorted to the police department. It is regional police department where they are escorted, where further proceedings are carried out with them according to the type of illegal act committed. So detained rioters are now placed into police cars and they are escorted. And at this moment, the audience has the opportunity to see a demonstration of our service horses. So this is a so-called walking in the cordon. Riders perform several turns.
Budete mít možnost za malou chvíli vidět synchronizované obraty, kdy velitel kordonu vydává jednotný provedení obratu vzad, obratu na levou či na pravou stranu. Rád bych vám řekl něco málo v historii, výpovědi, respektive jízdení policie v rámci města Ostravy. Ona má totiž dlouholetou tradici takové informace.
Now, a couple of words about concerning history of service hippology, which has a long tradition here in Ostrava. The beginnings of the horse unit of the municipal police force date back to the end of 1899, and horses with riders began to appear in the streets of Ostrava already the following year. A total of 8 horses served in Ostrava until the First World War. During the war, the situation was not simple. Towards the end of 1918, some of the horses were also used by the army. The pre-war state was restored only in 1920. The subsequent creation of Greater Ostrava in 1924, together with the nationalization of the municipal police at the end of 1925, led to the strengthening of the cavalry division. There was an increase in the number of horses up to 40, as well as the number of members of the mounted police. Every day, 20 riders hit the streets of Ostrava in the morning and 20 riders in the afternoon. Horses of the mounted police served in Ostrava even during the Second World War. The end of service hippology was marked only in 1948, when the Act of National Security was adopted and the mounted police in Ostrava was abolished. At present, the hippology group is celebrating 30 years since its establishment, as well as the Ostrava Municipal Police. The horses are very universal. We can call them decathletes because they have a lot of skills. And now you can see the mounted police performing special turns. This is called walking in the cordon. So there were simultaneous backward turns, turns to the left, right, and all is done at the command of the cordon commander. The horses are really well trained. Now, as term of horse training, the training takes a really long time. It's demanding both for the horse and the rider. Training begins at the age of 2.5 years and always progresses from simple to complex. In the training, we include horses that have not undergone overall training. They are so-called unsettled. Therefore, riding and jumping training always starts first. After that, we move on to special police activities. Training a horse takes from 1 to 2 years, but it's basically a lifelong process. Some natural characteristics of horses are suppressed by training. So with horses, it's necessary first to eliminate the fear of unknown things, which the horse in nature would deal with in a natural way, namely by running away. Horses have to get used to the noise of the city, road traffic, trains, banners, fire, large crowds, pyrotechnic effects, or different types of surfaces as well. An absolute condition is that horses trust in the rider and the rider in the horse. Without this mutual trust, symbiosis cannot work, which is necessary especially in heated situations such as demonstrations or fan riots, as you could have seen. Horses at the age of 4 are included in the service. Patrols are typically 2 men, where the younger horse always goes on duty with a more experienced horse. So in terms of service, you can see the patrols in parks, cabin and gardening settlements, in remote places, especially on the outskirts of Ostrava city, or in places with poor access to vehicles and food patrols. They can also be used in search operations in the field when a rider on horseback has a different point of view than, for example, a foot patrol. Horses are mainly included in security measures where there is risk of mass disturbance of public order. They have proven themselves very well when separating groups of people, limiting the movement of crowds, or accompanying groups of people through the city. In these security measures, they have a significant psychological effect. According to some studies, one horse can replace up to 30 police officers or, for example, 4 service dogs in a mass disturbance of public order. In addition, the horses of the municipal police also participate in a number of festive and commemorative events. The annual international meeting of mounted police is certainly worth mentioning, where the horses of the Ostrava City Police occupy leading positions in large domestic and foreign competitions. We are also happy to mention the success of the Ostrava police officer Daniel Orsák, who rode horse named Flogar, who became the champion of the city police of the Czech Republic in horse riding for the 6th time this year in a great competition of domestic and foreign riders. Now I'll talk about conditions for training for these horses. So, the horses of the Ostrava City Police have optimal conditions both for training and for their stables. An outdoor sand ring is available. It measures 70 by 40 meters, and there is a covered riding hall as well, measurements 50 by 25 meters with obstacle equipment. The area also includes a programmable indoor carousel for 6 horses, a 40 by 15 meter sand paddock, an outdoor and indoor hygiene box, and a number of other comfortable facilities for horses and their riders. You might be interested in knowing something about feeding the horses. So they are fed hay twice a day and granulated fodder 3 times a day. The bedding consists of granulated straw, partially supplemented with pressed straw. So we really pamper them. Well, thank you for the invitation and the viewers for their attention, and I might hear you later. So see you.
Thank you to Dalibor. He will be joining us once again later for some of the other non-military ground displays, and a wonderful demonstration there of 6 of the 12 police horses of the city of Ostrava. Getting airborne there, the Luftwaffe Airbus A400M. This in readiness for one of fully 3 slots in which I believe it's going to be involved in the display today. This is part of the opening ceremony that's coming up a little later in the show. But taking to the runway now is the first of our fast jet contributions, and to help talk through a number of those today, I'm very pleased indeed to be joined at the commentary position by Captain Aleš Svoboda of the Czech Air Force, specifically from the 211th Tactical Squadron at Čáslav. He is a Gripen pilot on that unit. Aleš, a very warm welcome to our live stream.
Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here with you, Ben.
And a pleasure, I'm sure, to talk through the display that we are about to see, as the A400M temporarily says goodbye by waggling its wings, but it will be rejoining us later. Meanwhile, out on the main runway is a jet of a similar generation, Aleš, to the one that you fly in your day job, the Eurofighter Typhoon of the Austrian Air Force. Is this an aeroplane that, through links between your 2 air forces, you are familiar with?
Well, we have actually a good friendship with the Austrian Air Force, especially with the guys from Zeltweg who fly these Eurofighter Typhoons. You know, Austria being a non-NATO country, it's a little bit more complicated to have a cooperation with them, but we like to cooperate with all of our neighbors, basically on a regular basis. So we know all the guys very well, and they are very good professionals, and we like to fly with them and get together with them every time we have an opportunity.
And we'll talk a little bit more about that as this display progresses. And the jet we're going to be seeing is the newly painted Austrian Tiger jet. You can see it there at the end of the runway waiting to get airborne. This aircraft has been specially marked this season because the second Staffel, the second squadron of the Austrian Air Force Überwachungsgeschwader, or surveillance wing, stationed, as Aleš just said, at Zeltweg in the Austrian province of Styria, is a new member of the NATO Tiger Association, having taken over from the previous Austrian member unit of that organisation, the Advanced Jet Training School of the Austrian Air Force, with the now retired Saab 105OE jet trainer. On the roll then, Captain Peter Spiegel from the second Staffel with the Austrian Air Force Eurofighter Typhoon. Now, of course, Aleš, this is an aircraft with this is an aircraft with fly-by-wire controls, isn't it? Just tell us a little bit about the capability that fly-by-wire affords the modern fighter pilot.
Well, fly-by-wire capability or digital flight control system is a typical feature of the Generation 4 aircraft and also Generation 5 aircraft. And it basically makes flying these fighters much easier, so the pilot can concentrate on the tactical decision-making and on building his or her own situational awareness and on the task itself.
And that also goes for the cockpit displays, doesn't it? A lot of the emphasis on allowing the pilot to look out of the cockpit rather than inside it while in combat.
Yeah, that's true. It's pretty much the same as in our Gripen. You have, I believe, 3 multi-function displays and what we call HOTAS. It's hands on the throttle and stick. So you just all you need to do is to keep your hands on the throttle and on the stick, and you can access all or almost all of the aircraft's functionality through there, or even through voice control in the case of the Eurofighter Typhoon.
Indeed so. This is one of 15 Typhoons in Austrian Air Force service. They were first delivered in July 2007, replacing Austria's Saab Drakens, which had been retired a couple of years earlier and which were themselves succeeded briefly by ex-Swiss Air Force F-5 Tiger IIs as an interim measure. These aircraft are purely operated in the air-to-air or air policing role. But the Typhoon is, of course, a multi-role platform, as we've seen in service with particularly the Royal Air Force. In the conflicts in Libya and over Syria and Iraq. As far as operational taskings for the Austrian Typhoons go, they include helping the Swiss Air Force police the airspace around Davos during the staging of the World Economic Forum. So Aleš, when you cooperate with the Austrian Typhoons, for example, on exercises, what sort of missions do you train for?
Well, when we meet them at large-scale exercises such as the NATO Tiger Meet, we fly what we call COMEOs. It's composite air operations, which are basically packages of aircraft, anywhere between a dozen and to even 100 aircraft. And the purpose of these missions is to integrate all the assets, all the roles and capabilities into one integrated and cohesive package that goes about fulfilling whatever mission we have. So that's what we do at the large-scale exercises, but we also have a bilateral cooperation with the Austrians, and that is focused primarily on air-to-air missions.
Indeed, and of course the air policing tasks that, as I was saying, the Austrian Typhoons have as their primary role. So just describe a little bit about air policing, and particularly the task of, as we sometimes see the Austrian Typhoons demonstrate at air shows, not today, of intercepting an unidentified aeroplane.
Well, air policing is basically a peacetime operation. It's different for us and for the Austrians because we are NATO members, so we are integrated into the NATO NATINAMT, which is a NATO integrated air and missile defense system. So we are basically under the command and control of Aircom in Ramstein and of the Combined Air Operations Center in Uedem in Germany. And whenever there is an unidentified aircraft or an aircraft which is in trouble and requires military assistance, or if there is a lost-com situation, it's an aircraft, usually an airliner, which is either not on the right frequency or has some trouble with their radios, the chaos in UAM basically decides which alert aircraft, which alert base will scramble their fighters and go about intercepting such aircraft, and then the task depends on what the situation actually is in the air and how it develops.
Running in now for a fast pass. Of course, having to be very careful not to accelerate past the permitted maximum speed over land.
Yeah, I believe it's here in the NATO days, it's Mach 0.905, which is like 99% of the speed of sound.
Now, we see here an aircraft with the distinctive canard foreplane design. You have the same on the Gripen. What sort of advantages does that design bring the pilot?
Well, these so-called canards, or aerodynamic devices, which you can find on the Eurofighter Typhoon, on our Gripen, and also on the French Rafale. I have to say that the Eurofighter has a slightly different type of canards than we have in the Gripen. We and the Rafale have the so-called close-coupled canards, which have the purpose to increase the airflow over the wing, especially in high maneuvering situations, whereas the Eurofighter has so-called long-arm canards, and their purpose is to enable better performance during supersonic cruises.
Apart from the original Eurofighter partner nations of Germany, Italy, Spain and the United Kingdom, and the Austrians as we see here, the Typhoon is now in service with the air arms of Kuwait, Oman, Qatar and Saudi Arabia. And this is an aircraft that's been constantly improved while it's been in service. The latest technology being incorporated into the Tranche 3 jets, including an active electronically scanned array radar and the possibility of extra range through the addition of conformal fuel tanks, which will further transform what's already a very capable design and very nicely flown there, Alish, by the Austrian Air Force.
Yes, it was a very nice display indeed. I like the Austrian colors painted on the aircraft. It's really nice. I haven't seen those before.
No, indeed, it's a relatively new colour scheme. This I saw it for the first time at Zeltweg 2 weeks ago now. So yes, very new to the circuit. I'm glad you like it.
Okay, yeah, like you saw it. It was the first time for me, and now we have the Eurofighter Typhoon landing, I believe.
Yes, indeed. Captain Peter Spiegel from the 2nd Staffel of the Überwachungsgeschwader of the Austrian Air Force with the Eurofighter Typhoon. Thank you to Alesh, who'll be rejoining me for the Gripen E display, which we're both very interested to see a little later on in the programme. But now Dalibor is back with me for the next item, and this time it's a multinational ground display, including a very interesting aerial element from the Czech police. Dalibor, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ben. So hello once again for those who have just come to their screens. I'm Dalibor Cibulka from the Language Institute of the University of Defense of the Czech Republic, and I'm going to talk you through the following demonstration. So you are going to watch a joint demonstration of the intervention of intervention units against armed perpetrators at an international training center. So in this case, it will involve the deployment of several intervention teams, special vehicles and specialists of these services, such as bomb squads, snipers, climbing specialists and negotiators. The demonstration shows the high quality and unique synergy of the teams. Interventions of police officers are quite common, and annually this type of unit performs about 80 to 120 of them, so-called on the spot, for sudden situations such as shooting, barricade and so on. At the end of 2021, the unit's operation capability was updated, whereby the unit goes into action within 3 to 5 minutes and is activated whenever a firearm is present or threatened. The Women's Special Forces unit of the Jordanian Army, called Quick Reaction Force Team, is part of the Jordanian Army, which began to emerge after the terrorist attacks in Amman. The main impulse for the establishment of the women's unit was the fact that a woman happened to be behind the attacks as well, and the group's specialty is therefore counter-terrorism in tourist areas. More specifically, for example, urban combat and hostage rescue. This is going to be a joint intervention. Helicopters are very important, very vital for these intervening units. They can use fast ropes, for example. There is a building on the airport area where armed perpetrators and bystanders are dangerous. The perpetrators intend to leave the facility and flee abroad. The facility may be secured by an explosive ordnance disposal system. After a short drill, the commanding officer, call sign Oscar, sends the Bravo, Delta, Charlie and Echo team to the incident site. Specialist bomb disposal technicians, snipers and unit negotiators form joint teams. The bomb disposal specialists prepare the masking maneuver and the negotiators address the object. Sniper teams move into position. All teams prepare to engage. So the situation is as follows. The perpetrator exits the facility with the hostage he's threatening. He's eliminated later by the sniper. The action controller verifies the readiness of the units to attack, followed by the attack, attack, attack instruction. The assault platform, assault vehicles and ballistic vehicles go on to attack. And also, as you can see, the helicopter is ready. units are on standby at the moment. Now you can see that the perpetrator was detained and he was shot by a sniper from the roof. So units from the platform and other positions approach the object and on its axis so that they are not seen until the very last moment. One of the perpetrators guarding a facility was eliminated by the sniper. Teams dynamically approach the facility, one team using a platform to enter the roof of the facility where they secure the shot perpetrator. Teams opened the doors, they broke windows and entered the facility using flashbangs. A crackdown and subsequent apprehension is underway. Units have to report the event to the event controller that they have the facility under control. Typical scenario for training these skills happen in a so-called kill house, which is a special polygon for such training. So now you can see that all detainees are escorted out of the facility through the door. What is happening now? Gathering of persons, their separation, security, safety searches, and escorting is connected with the assistance of the escort team. So detainees were handcuffed, put to the ground, face down. Constant monitoring of detainees is necessary. So now the roof team uses a platform to get down from the roof of the building. Special escort vehicles are used for escorting these detainees. Of course, perimeter security has to be established too. So special intervention teams are returning to their vehicles. The vehicles are supposed to line up in a convoy for departure. The police helicopter has just landed for extraction of the team that used the fast rope for intervention. And they extract them from the scene. Vehicles lining up. And getting ready for departure. So this was a special fast deployment unit that performed their part. They belong to the regional police. And now the convoy with the detained offenders is leaving to a safe distance. And we would like to thank especially the women's special team from Jordan, who took part in this demonstration as well. Okay, so that's all from me for the moment, and later you will listen to Ben commenting on next demonstrations.
Well, thank you once again to Dalibor for that expert commentary on the latest of our ground scenarios, supported by, in this case, the Bell 412 of the Czech police based in Prague. Now, the next of our flying items should also be from the rotary wing world, leading into our opening ceremony of the event at 11 o'clock. Commercial movements, as we can see at Ostrava Leoš Janáček Airport, continuing. That being a Boeing 737-800 of Go-To Sky, arriving from Burgas. And indeed, lifting from the far side of the airfield is another of the rotary wing workhorses of the Czech Air Force, but in this case a Polish manufactured helicopter in the form of the PlanesTV W3A Sokol. It comes from the 243rd Helicopter Squadron based at Kbely near Prague, and we're going to see in this case a demonstration of the W3A performing one of its many roles, namely medical evacuation. The design looks a little familiar. Well, you would be right. It's an adaptation of the Mil-Mi-2, the hoplite, which the Polish firm PlanesTV was already building under license. They decided to design and develop an all-Polish successor with the idea of selling it across the then Warsaw Pact countries, including to the Soviet Union. In the end, the Sokol, which means falcon, was procured by a rather narrower range of customers. Twin-engined helicopter, pair of Pratt & Whitney Rezhov PZL-10B turboshafts of 900 horsepower each. And there are many different variants of this helicopter for both military and civil roles. The standard W3 is the basic transport, the W3A, the dedicated military transport, and there we see the deployment by the fast rope method. of those who will be engaged in the rescue portion of this display a little later on. The Polish Army also uses the armed W3W and WA versions. The Polish Navy has the W3RM Anaconda, the search and rescue version. And the Poles have used their Sokols a great deal operationally. Army examples were deployed to Iraq between 2003 and 2008. They've upgraded 8 of the W3WA models to W3PL standard, optimized for combat search and rescue, and the Poles have signal intelligence and battlefield surveillance versions. Apart from Poland and the Czech Republic, other military customers are the air arms of Algeria, Myanmar and the Philippines, and W3s have been flown by forestry, police and fire services in several other countries. Now, as I say, here comes the rescue demonstration part of this display, picking up both survivors, but rather than a sort of genteel demonstration of rescue capability, they are going to be subjected to a bit of a fly around under the W3 in what is an exceptionally spirited demonstration with 2 people dangling from the machine. There are 11 W3s in Czech Air Force service. They were transferred to the Czech Republic by Poland as payment for 10 MiG-29 fighters, and deliveries were completed in February 1997. 10 of them are still in service, all of them at the 24th Helicopter Base, headquartered at Kebeli. Some of them are used for search and rescue, medical evacuation purposes, others for general transport. And it's estimated that in excess of 10,000 lives have been saved by the Czech W3s in the search and rescue and helicopter emergency medical services, or HEMS, roles, including in operations following severe floods. The HEMS configured aircraft have a doctor and a nurse accompanying the 3 flight crew, and they are on standby 24/7, 365 days a year, 4-minute readiness by day, 10-minute readiness by night. Apart from the headquarters of the unit at Kebeli, there's also a detachment base at Pilsen, from which the HEMS configured helicopter can respond to the likes of car accidents and life support requirements for children. In standard transport guise, the W3 can carry up to 12 passengers or 2,200 kilos of cargo, and it can have an underslung so-called Bambi bucket carried underneath for firefighting duties. This is an extremely dynamic display. Whether the 2 simulated survivors are hanging from beneath the helicopter on the winch or not. Just over 14 metres long, the W3 rotor diameter, just in excess of that, just under 16 metres. You can see it carries an under-nose searchlight. Using the main airport runway to perform a touch and go. Coming in for the next of the rescue retrievals. Executing a spiral climb. And then likewise a partial spiral descent. And that was Captain Yuri Jogl from the 243rd Helicopter Squadron of the Czech Air Force with the PZL Svidnik W3A. And as it clears to the far side of the airfield, we're about to go into one of the ceremonial aspects of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2022, namely the official opening ceremony of the event. And this portion of the occasion is being moderated by Ivo Vondrak, the governor of the region of Moravia and Silesia.
Program. Na slavnostním zahájení dovolte přivítat tyto vzácné hosty. Je mezi námi předsedkyně Poslanecké sněmovny Parlamentu České republiky Markéta Pekarová Adamová, předseda vlády České republiky Petr Fiala, senátor Pavel Fischer, předseda výboru pro zahraniční vztahy, obranu a bezpečnost, taky první náměstek ministryně obrany František Šulc, generální ředitel Hasičského záchranného sboru České republiky generál poručík Vladimír Vlček, generální ředitel Vězeňské služby České republiky generál major Simon Michailidis, generální ředitel generálního ředitelství celní správy České republiky brigádní generál Marek Šimandl, hejtman Moravskoslezského kraje Ivo Vondrák, primátor statutárního města Ostrava Tomáš Macura. A v neposlední řadě vítáme rovněž velvyslance a vojenské přidělence, diplomaty působící v Ostravě a další významné hosty. Bývá zvykem, že vzhledem k tomu, že se nacházíme v Moravskoslezském kraji, tak si úvodní řeč bere hejtman Moravskoslezského kraje, pan Ivo Vondrák.
And here is Ivo Vondrák taking the microphone.
Dámy a pánové, jsem skutečně nesmírně rád, když vás tady všechny vidím po těch několika minulých letech, které byly chudé na tu návštěvnost díky tomu, že jsme bojovali s covidem. Dnes jste tady všichni bez omezení a můžete si užít 22. ročník Dnu NATO a Dnu vzdušných sil České armády. Je mi velkou ctí, že tady můžu mezi námi přivítat pana premiéra Petra Fialu, pana prvního náměstka Ministerstva obrany, pana Šulce a samozřejmě pana primátora Macuru. Jsem rád, že jste tady a že si užijete jednu z největších akcí, kde se prezentuje armáda vzdušné síly ve střední Evropě. A jsem rád, že opět vytvoříte tu atmosféru, která k těmto dnům patří. Nyní mi dovolte, abych k tomuto pultu pozval pana premiéra, pana Petra Fialu.
And the first to speak is the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Petr Fiala.
Vítám vás na dnech NATO v Ostravě. Jsem rád, že se můžeme setkat na této výjimečné mezinárodní akci a že dny NATO po čase opět probíhají bez covidových omezení. Dny NATO jsou prestižní události, která láká návštěvníky především na ukázky špičkové vojenské a záchranářské techniky. Tradičně se tu prezentuje to nejlepší a nejvyspělejší, co má k dispozici armáda, policie, hasiči, celníci a řada dalších bezpečnostních složek České republiky. Máme tu také výjimečnou možnost seznámit se s tím, co používají naši spojenci a partnerské země. Letošní ročník se může pochlubit účastí 21 států. Já dny NATO, na které pravidelně jezdím, vnímám také jako příležitost připomenout si, jak nesmírný význam má Severoatlantická aliance pro naši bezpečnost. Proto děkuji organizátorům, kteří tuto akci už 20 let připravují, za to, že pomáhají zprostředkovávat význam NATO široké veřejnosti. Česká republika se stala členem Severoatlantické aliance v roce 1999 a to byl skutečný milník v naší historii, protože jsme tím definitivně vstoupili do bezpečnější éry. Válka na Ukrajině celé Evropě dokazuje, že svět je stále plný hrozeb. Těch tradičních, jako je ta dnešní ruská agrese, i těch novějších, jako jsou různé hybridní útoky. Nikdy se to nezmění, takže záruky, které nám dává Severoatlantická aliance, ty budou stále potřeba. Na světě není silnější vojensko-politické společenství, které by svým členům garantovalo takovou bezpečnost, jakou dnes máme my. A to prosím mějme na paměti. Návrat války do Evropy nám však také naléhavě připomíná, že naše bezpečnost není samozřejmá a že není zadarmo, že je nutné do ní promyšleně investovat a aktivně se o ní starat. To se týká financování obrany, které nyní Česká republika konečně významně navyšuje, ale také vzdělávání obyvatel a posilování naší vnitřní bezpečnosti. Dámy a pánové, dělejme tedy všechno proto, abychom zůstali platnými, hrdými členy Severoatlantické aliance a abychom účinně přispívali ke kolektivní obraně Západu a tedy i ke své obraně a bezpečnosti. Dámy a pánové, přeji vám, ať se vám líbí program letošních dnů NATO a přeji vám hezký den tady v Ostravě.
Děkuji panu předsedovi vlády a nyní mi dovolte, abych pozval k tomuto pultíku prvního náměstka ministerstva obrany České republiky, pana Františka Šulce.
And there, the moderator, Ivo Vondrak, introduces the first Deputy Minister of Defence of the Czech Republic, František Šulc.
Dámy a pánové, po těch 2 letech omezení je krásné vidět, že jste se zde sešli zase v tak ohromném počtu a že si můžete užít tuto unikátní show ve střední Evropě. Na začátek mi dovolte omluvit paní ministryni, která musela bohužel dneska odjet kvůli neodkladným záležitostem do Prahy zpátky, ale všechny vás zdraví a velice jí mrzí, že tu nemůže být. Roky 2008, 2014 a 2022 nám jasně ukázaly, jak důležitá je obrana, jak důležité je připravovat se na ní. Proto můžeme být velice rádi, že opět se klade důraz na vyzbrojení armády, na investice do obrany a věřím, že to všichni oceníte, mimo jiné i na této show. Zde na letištní ploše, ale ve vzduchu budete si moci prohlédnout krom současné vojenské techniky také tu, kterou vojáci budou používat už příští rok či v nejbližších letech. Krom amerických vrtulníků Viper a Venom, izraelského systému protivzdušné obrany Shorat, to budou také švédská bojová vozidla pěchoty CV-90, německé tanky Leopard 2 a 4 či letoun 5. generace F-35. Chceme moderní armádu, chceme ji moderně vyzbrojenou, tak, aby vy jste na ní mohli být pyšní. Přeji vám všem krásný zážitek, užijte si tento víkend.
Já děkuji panu náměstku ministra obrany a nyní mi dovolte, abych pozval na toto místo primátora pana Macuru, primátora hrdého města Ostrava, hrdého Moravskoslezského kraje. Pane primátore, prosím.
And the final speaker is the mayor of the city of Ostrava,
Dámy a
Tomáš
pánové, dovolte mi
Makura.
vás všechny přivítat, pozdravit a poděkovat, že jste přišli na 22. ročník Dnů NATO. Mám radost z toho, že i po těch 2 letech těch omezení jste tady přišli v hojném počtu, takže tato akce ukazuje svoji životaschopnost. Bylo tady řečeno, ještě nikdy jsme se tady nepotkali v době, kdy několik set kilometrů na východ od nás zuří válečný konflikt, který si vyžádal už desítky tisíc životů. Budiž toto mementem toho, že uvědomění si, že stát nemá větší úlohu, než postarat se o bezpečnost svých občanů a svého území. Já v této souvislosti chci ocenit postoj současné vlády, která se rozhodla navýšit výdaje na obranu na úroveň odpovídající regulím NATO a učinit tak v historicky krátké době. Je to pro nás všechny dobrá zpráva. Město Ostrava je u této akce od samého počátku. My to vnímáme, naši podporu finanční, organizační, jako příspěvek k zakotvení našeho státu do Severoatlantické aliance a také jako příspěvek ke zvýšení obranyschopnosti naší země. Užijte si prosím tento víkend Nezapomeňte, že do dnešní půlnoci běží hlasování o nejlepší letovou ukázku a mějte se dobře. Buďte zdraví. Děkuji vám.
Děkujeme primátorovi statutárního města Ostrava panu Tomáši Macurovi a toho čeká ještě jeden úkol, protože, dámy a pánové, nyní přistoupíme k tradičnímu slavnostnímu kroku, tím bude předání stuhy Sdružení Agilo 2000 České Euroatlantické rady. Získají tentokrát 24. základna dopravního letectva k Beli. Její členové, jak už jsme mohli slyšet, se podíleli na hasičském zásahu v Hřensku. Stuhu předá primátor statutárního města Ostrava, pan Tomáš Macura.
The next portion of the ceremonial opening of NATO Days 2022 involves Tomáš Macura, the mayor of the city of Ostrava, handing over the Czech Euro-Atlantic Council ribbon to the representatives of the 24th Transport Airbase at Kbely. This unit chosen as the recipient of the ribbon for 2022, thanks to their long-standing support for NATO Days, support which we'll see further demonstrated over the course of the afternoon, when not least one of that base's C-295 transport aircraft acts as a parachute jump platform. A symbol of the Czech Republic's appreciation of the role of NATO in ensuring peace in the Euro-Atlantic environment.
Dámy a pánové, za tak slavnostní zahájíme to výstřel distanci 72 4CZ. Bude to hlasitý výstřel, tak se na to připravte. O zahájení poprosím prvního zástupce náčelníka.
On the far side of the ground exercise area of the showground can be seen a T-72 M4CZ tank. And here we see the first Deputy Chief of the General Staff of the Czech Armed Forces, Major General Ivo Strecha, getting ready for the ceremonial opening with a shot from the tank. And with that, NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2022 are officially declared open. The T-72 tank returns to its parking area. And we get ready to resume our flying activities, the next of which, all part of this opening ceremony portion of the display, is scheduled to be a halo, high altitude, low opening parachute drop. In this case, undertaken by a Polish Special Forces unit based at Gliwice. I believe the jump aircraft for this is going to be one of the Polish Air Force's Airbus C295 transports from their 13th Transport Squadron. It's heading in direct from Poland and will shortly be in the overhead. This twin turboprop airlifter, a very popular choice with the world's air arms, not just as a transport platform, in which role it serves with both the Czech and the Polish air forces, but also as a maritime surveillance platform. This amongst the other roles this versatile airlifter, previously a product of Spanish manufacturer CASA, can perform. For the purposes of this drop, the C295 is approaching at an altitude of 7,500 feet, flying at just under 125 knots. And there it is, the Polish Air Force C295, about to act as the platform for this Halo high altitude, low opening Special Forces paradrop. This will see the parachutes opening generally at a height of about 1 kilometre. Well, in fact, I'm not sure whether that is quite the case in the demonstration we're seeing here. During a typical halo jump, paratroopers are able to reach speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour. I've counted 14 of them having exited the C-295. This unit was formed within the Special Troops Command of the Polish military at Gliwice in the summer of 2011. To give it its abbreviated name, it's called JW AGAT. AGAT standing for Anti-Gestapo, in honour of a combat diversion unit of the World War II Polish Home Army. It's tasked with securing and supporting operations of the Polish Special Forces, able in addition to that to conduct offensive tasks to attempt to slow down an enemy advance, as well as possible subversive operations and efforts behind enemy lines. It of course exercises regularly with units from other NATO countries, especially the United States, but is unusual in that its troops carry heavy weapons, including heavy machine guns and anti-tank equipment. There are 3 assault groups within the unit, as well as support elements. They include a combat support team, a medical security group, and a logistics security team, in addition, of course, to the HQ staff and command group at the head of the unit. And there, finally, they once again re-emerge from cloud. There are 2 main techniques for military parachuting: halo, high altitude, low opening, which I described being one. The other is ha-ho, high altitude, high opening, involving a far shorter period of free fall, which may well actually be what we saw demonstrated just now. Halo jumps typically involve the delivery of supplies and equipment as well as personnel. Hey-ho jumps are the preserve solely of personnel. The objective of jumping from high altitude, it need hardly be said, is of course to ensure that the drop aircraft and thus the paratroops inside are not put at excessive risk from potential enemy ground fire prior to exiting the aeroplane. And it's also a very useful technique for a special forces unit like this one from the Polish military in order to try and reduce the extent to which the noise of the aircraft engines can be heard from the ground, or indeed the noise generated by the parachutes themselves opening at low altitude. That then, the demonstration by the members of the Polish Special Forces. All of them safely to earth. And we're now getting ready for the official opening flypast of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2022. If you've just joined us on the live stream, you're very welcome to our coverage direct from Ostrava Airport in the Czech Republic of this unique pan-NATO event. Although, as I say, this is the official opening element of the show, we are, as of now, some 2.5 hours into the programme of flying and ground activities, which carries on until around 5 o'clock this afternoon. And in the flypast, we're soon going to see cooperation between NATO member states is very much the theme. And now running in towards the airfield is an aeroplane that exemplifies those pan-NATO capabilities, an Airbus A330 MRTT, multi-role tanker transport, operated by the NATO Multi-Role Tanker Transport Capability Organisation, bringing together 6 nations from across the alliance. The aircraft in the colours of one of those nations, the Netherlands, who launched the project collaborating with Luxembourg in 2016. Germany and Norway joined in the following year, Belgium in 2018, and then the Czech Republic in 2019. Following the A330 MRTT through, we see an Airbus A400M of the German Luftwaffe being escorted by a pair of Czech Air Force Saab Jas-39C Gripens. Both the Gripens from the 211th Tactical Squadron of the Czech Air Force at Čáslav, and that's the base where the next element also comes from in this flypast, this time from the 212th Tactical Squadron, a trio of Aero Vodochody L-159 Alka advanced light combat aircraft. And then the rotaries, the MIL Mi-35 Hind and a pair of Mi-171SH Hips from respectively the 221st and 222nd helicopter squadrons, again from the Czech Air Force at Náměšť nad Oslavou. And with that, NATO Days 2022 officially gets underway here at Ostrava. And 2 of those helicopters, the Hind and 1 of the Hips, will be providing the next full flying display. Very interesting to see the NATO-operated A330 MRTT in that flypast. NATO's decision to form the multi-role tanker transport capability organisation came as a result of operations over Libya in 2011 and analyses performed by the European Defence Agency. And at the NATO summit in 2012 came the decision that the European Defence Agency would set up an initiative to address a shortfall in European air-to-air refuelling capabilities. Of course, United States Air Force air-to-air refuelling assets, very active in the European theatre, along with those of the UK's Royal Air Force. But with a few exceptions, relatively few other countries possessed such assets at the time. And the MRTTC organisation has been instrumental in addressing that. The fleet will end up at 9 aircraft, with a final delivery taking place in 2 years' time, and it's possible that NATO might procure a further 2 to add to the fleet. They are based at Eindhoven in the Netherlands. Very much a collaborative effort between NATO and the European Union, aimed at reducing reliance on US capabilities in this regard. The aircraft are owned by NATO. They're managed by the NATO Support and Procurement Agency, and further aided by the Organisation for Joint Armament Cooperation. They're also available, of course, for transport duties, whether of cargo or personnel, and for medical evacuation tasks. And they've been active in that sphere as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic since early 2020. Nice view there of part of the static display at NATO Days, with the US Air Force C-5M Galaxy taking centre stage by some margin, the largest aeroplane here. Part of the heavyweight US Air Force presence in the static display, with the C-17A Globemaster III, a B-52H Stratofortress and a KC-135R Stratotanker, all lined up behind the Galaxy. And there, landing on, is the Polish Air Force C-295 that provided the jump platform for their Special Forces display a little earlier. Adding, by my reckoning, an 18th. No, my apologies. The Poles already represented in the static by the Polish Navy M28 Britsa maritime surveillance aeroplane. So they are already here. 17 nations represented here, with aircraft from their military air arms, along with a host of offerings from the global aerospace industry. Indeed, this is a very rare event these days, not to include any civilian aerobatic or warbird participation. So rich is the range of aircraft provided by the world's air arms and manufacturers. There isn't room for any of them in the programme. Even so, one can't fault the variety on show here, aided to such a great extent by what's on offer on the ground and the sort of combined air and ground displays that you do see occasionally mounted at other venues, but not to the same extent as here, and certainly not often offering the sort of really close-up action that you get with the helicopters that come into play in some of the ground scenarios, like we've seen already from the Mi 171 and the Polish and the Czech police Bell 412. Currently recovering one of the Czech Mi-171s from that fly pass, and then we'll bring the other in with the Mi-35 for their combined display. As we get ready for the next item, a quick heads up on what we have over the next hour or so of the programme, because following on from the Czech Air Force two-ship helicopter display, we have got the next of our ground set pieces involving a joint presentation by the customs services of the Czech Republic, Germany and Slovakia, illustrating a joint operation against drug traffickers. We're then due to see the contribution from the Royal Netherlands Air Force with a flypast from two F-35A Lightning IIs. Back to the ground action after that with the prison service of the Czech Republic, demonstrating what happens if an escort bus is attacked during a prisoner transfer. Then it's on to the new version of the Gripen E, being presented by Saab. That's followed by the Castle Guard, displaying their motorcycle capabilities. And then, just after 1 o'clock, we should see the Hungarian Air Force Jas-39C model of the Gripen. That preceding another very impressive solo fast jet display in the form of the F-16A MLU Fighting Falcon of the Belgian Air Component. While that Smart Wings 737 lands on, I may as well carry on, because from there we have the T-72M4CZ and Leopard 2A7 tanks of the Czech Army going through their paces in the ground exercise area. Then it's the Finnish Air Force FA-18C Hornet, the historic SAV M43 self-propelled assault gun from the Military History Institute in Prague. Then another branch of the police of the Czech Republic will demonstrate the apprehension of people smugglers. And that takes us up to 2 o'clock in the programme here at NATO Days 2022. But back to the home team now, the Czech Air Force, and running in for their display, the Mi-35 Hind, leading the Mi-171SH HIP. Starting the display with a so-called combat turn. Now pulling away from each other and away from the main display line. to start a routine that's very imaginative, very well practiced, very nicely flown, including formation, opposition and synchronized elements. We've already seen the My 171, which is now out to the right, several times in today's display. This part of what is by far the world's best-selling family of helicopters. The Mill Design Bureau, having developed the Mi-8 as a new turbine-powered utility helicopter for the Soviet armed forces and built in excess of 17,000 of those alone. That's the largest and longest production run of any helicopter in history. What followed was the Mi-17 with more powerful Klimov TV3 turboshaft engines and a higher payload. And combining those and the Mi-171 export variant, in excess of 12,000 Mi-17s of all models have emerged from the production lines. Both the Mi-8 and 17 going under the NATO reporting codename HIP, and so more than 29,000 of all models of HIP have been produced, a quite incredible figure. And indeed it is still in production in Russia, and it's testament to the fact that many operators have found over the years that the best replacement for one HIP is simply another. These helicopters have been used hugely across the Soviet Union and Russia for military and civil roles and throughout the former Soviet sphere of influence. And the Mi-171 that we see here is just as versatile as the earlier Mi-8 designs. It's very useful in so-called hot and high environments, but just as effective in Arctic conditions. What we've got here is one of the more recent models which have a redesigned nose and a rear ramp for loading instead of the old clamshell door arrangement. Now here's a very good piece of their display. Both helicopters getting together near the display center point, the datum marker, turning in to face one another for their face-to-face carousel. Interesting to see a Hind in standard camouflage being used for this weekend's displays. The 221st Helicopter Squadron has two specially marked helicopters amongst its Mi-35 and Mi-24V strength. One of them, the so-called Alien Tiger, so marked because the 221st is alongside the 211th Tactical Squadron on the Gripen, one of the Czech Air Force's two member units of the NATO Tiger Association, the organisation bringing together for collaborative exercises and much more units from across the NATO alliance with tigers and in some cases other big cats in their emblems. And the other specially marked hind on the squadron carries on one side an artist's rendition of a Vickers Wellington bomber, and on the other a consolidated Liberator. This because their base at Náměšť nad Oslavou carries with it the traditions of number 311 Squadron, Royal Air Force, from the Second World War years. That being the only Czechoslovak manned bomber squadron in the wartime RAF, and which flew both the Wellington and Liberator on operations from the UK. Both of those machines have enjoyed a lot of exposure at international air shows in recent weeks. The Alien Tiger flew at Air Power 22 at Zeltweg in Austria. The Wellington and Liberator marked aeroplane, meanwhile, went to Duxford in the UK last weekend for their Battle of Britain air show, recalling the fact that the two Polish fighter squadrons of World War II, serving as part of RAF Fighter Command, sorry, the two Czechoslovak, I should say, fighter squadrons of World War II, serving as part of RAF Fighter Command, numbers 310 and 312 squadrons, were formed at that airfield in Cambridgeshire during the Battle of Britain in 1940. As for the hip that we see taking centre stage now, a batch of Mi-171s built new by the Ulan-Ude factory in Russia were first ordered in 2005. There's a mixture of configurations in service, but all of them able to carry around 24 fully equipped troops in the cabin. All fully NATO compatible, it goes without saying, in terms of communications equipment on board, and equipped with a fully glass cockpit with multifunction displays and GPS, amongst other equipment. The hip can transport an under fuselage load of up to 3,000 kilos. In the right-hand door, it's got a winch with a lifting capacity of 300 kilos and another one on the left of 170. And under the stub wings, like on the hind, can be carried weapons, albeit not in Czech service, when they're used mainly for external fuel tankage. However, the Czech hinds can be armed with 7.62mm machine guns mounted in the doors. A very nice crossing brake. Some of the hip fleet are assigned to rescue missions with a Bambi bucket underslung for firefighting duties. They can carry a stretcher. They've got enhanced radios for these purposes as well, and a searchlight, very useful for rescue tasks. They can also be active in the combat search and rescue role, forming quite a potent team with the Mi-24s and 35s providing armed overwatch. And they're due to carry on in service, the hips, with the Czech Air Force for a good while yet. At the end of 2020, a new upgrade deal was signed with the state-owned Lom Praha aircraft factory. They'll fit new transponders meeting all modern NATO and civilian airspace standards. 8 of them are going to get all new avionics, including multifunction displays for both pilots, as well as upgraded communications and navigation equipment. And the plan is to keep the Mi-171s operational until around the year 2035. Captain Tomas Svoboda was flying the Mi-171 for us today, and Major Václav Spacek was in the Mi-35. He'll be airborne again later in the hind for a solo display.
Exakuce se nejmodernější západní bojové letouny vrací na moštovské letiště. Návštěvníci takový v akci další stroj, který součástí modernizační projektu armády České republiky, na zapuští budoucnu, takový stroj vzdušných sil právě použitý letouny F-35 jako náhradu za pronajaté Gripeny. Ukázka tohoto stroje, jeho průlet, bude zhruba ve 12 hodin a 10 minut, ještě předtím nás čeká dynamická ukázka na zemi, která by měla začít zhruba za 2 minuty. A v tuto chvíli předávám slovo poručíku Davidu Benzovi, celý stát České republiky, který okomentuje zákrok proti bílým v České republice v zahraničí. Je to velice zajímavá ukázka, sledujte pozorně bohu dynamických ukázek. Vážené dámy a pánové, vážení hosté, dovolte mi, abych vás jménem celých stran České republiky přivítal na přednášku. Jmenuji se David Benz a v následujících minutách vás provedu dynamickou ukázku, kterou jsme si pro vás připravili. Nyní je ale úplným úvodem. Celní správa České republiky je ozbrojeným bezpečnostním sborem, jen hájí ekonomické zájmy státu, a to zejména v oblasti cel a některých daní. V rámci nich odvede celní správa do státního rozpočtu částku, která rozpočtí průměrně 175 miliard korun.
Now the action returns to the ground displays.
Pro tyto účely disponujeme i operativní nasazení, která je součástí sekce pátrání generálního ředitelství cely. Tato skupina je vysoce specializovaným útvarem s celostátních osobností určený zejména k řešení nejzákladnějších služebních zákonů. Sekce pátrání je pak celostátní České republiky jediným útvarem oprávněný provádět účely trestního řízení. Nyní celou pozorností přesuneme k modelové situaci, v rámci které zjistil operativně pátrací České celní správy, že se na území České republiky nelegálně vyrábí omalé či psychotropní látky, tedy drogy. Prekúzory na druhý drog ovšem pochází z Polska a konečná výroba je vyvážena na území Slovenské republiky. Z těchto důvodů byl založen společný vyšetřovatel, který postupně rozpěl jak nelegální činnosti,
This being the demonstration by the Customs Service, and Dalibor is back with me to talk you through it.
So thank you, Ben, for the mic, and I'm back. So hello again for those who have just switched on their computers. I'm Dalibor Cibulka from the Language Institute of the University of Defense of the Czech Republic. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, on behalf of the Customs Administration of the Czech Republic, allow me to welcome you to the NATO Days. In the next few minutes, I'll guide you through a dynamic demonstration that we have prepared for you. But now a full introduction. So, the Customs Administration of the Czech Republic is an armed security force that protects the economic interests of the state, especially in the area of customs and certain taxes. As part of them, the Customs Administration will transfer to the state budget an amount that equals an average of 175 billion crowns per year. In the case of the other agendas, it's about additional units of billions. In addition to a wide variety of competencies, the Customs Administration also detects specified crimes, which consist, for example, in the reduction of certain taxes, the illegal transport of drugs and weapons, or the violation of trademark rights. For these purposes, we also have an operational deployment group, which is part of the third section of the General Directorate of Customs. This group is a highly specialized unit with nationwide scope, designed especially to deal with the most serious service interventions. The investigation section is the only department in the Customs Administration of the Czech Republic authorized to carry out criminal proceedings. But now, let's turn your attention to a model situation in which the investigation team of the Czech Customs Service found out that narcotic or psychotropic substances, that is, drugs, are being produced illegally on the territory of the Czech Republic. Precursors for the production of drugs, however, come from Poland, and the final drug is exported to the territory of the Slovak Republic. For these reasons, a joint team of investigators was established, which gradually revealed the core of the illegal activity of this organized group of criminals. Drug deliveries take place near the Polish and Slovak borders, and for this reason, it was necessary to contact colleagues from the intervention team from abroad. In a little while, or now, you can see the action, the Operation Deployment Group of the Czech Customs Service, the Service Operations Unit from the Slovak Financial Criminal Bureau, and the Tactical and Operational Activity unit under the Polish Ministry of Finance. The cooperation of the aforementioned departments is important from the point of view of carrying out the intervention at the same time and preventing the possible escape of suspected persons across the borders of the Czech Republic. The goal of the event is therefore to arrest persons suspected of this activity when handing over narcotic and psychotropic substances. It can only reasonably be assumed that these persons will be armed. Therefore, the intervention must be carried out quickly so that the evidence is not destroyed and the suspects are unable to actively resist. So, the two organizers met, Polish and Slovak nationalities, at a pre-arranged place where they confirmed the time and place of the handover. At the same time, they also made sure that no one followed them along the route so that they could safely do the business. Czech vehicle carrying the required cash also arrived at the handover location. The vehicle, which is nicknamed the Cleaner, arrived as it cleaned the road just before the drug transport itself. The penetrators waited for the last vehicle that brought the illegal goods to the place. They had no idea that they were being watched all the time by members of the customs administration and their foreign colleagues. The buyer tried to transfer the drugs to the territory of the Slovak Republic. At the time of handover, it was necessary to carry out an intervention and arrest the persons involved in the crime, and it was necessary to detain the main organizers who would probably try to leave the crime scene. Sorry. Typically in these situations they use the elements of surprise, and they also use the threat of pointed firearms, so the perpetrators then are pulled from the vehicles in rapid succession and handcuffed. Also, an explosive device was used during the demonstration, so it's typical for such interventions. And it's used mainly to disorient the arrested persons. Okay, dear viewers, we can expect further demonstrations. So I'm going to hand over to Ben, and I'll speak to you in a while.
Well, thank you to Dalibor for describing that very dynamic customs display. But now we're looking out for the most modern Royal Netherlands Air Force combat air assets currently in service. Referring, of course, to the aeroplane that is replacing the F-16 Fighting Falcon in Dutch service. And has been doing so on Dutch soil since the end of October 2019, when at Leeuwarden, the first Lockheed Martin F-35A Lightning IIs touched down for permanent basing on Dutch soil. And the second Dutch F-35 operating base at Volkel in the province of Brabant is due to see initial deliveries of the Lightning II from 2024. In fact, a little correction to that, because the first F-35s touched down at Volkel in June of this year, as it turns out, taking the fleet to 26 F-35As in service, 14 of them at Leeuwarden, 8 of them undergoing pilot training in the United States, and 4 taking up residence at Volkel. Initial deliveries will add up to 52 of these enormously capable platforms. However, in June it was announced that the Dutch Ministry of Defence wishes to order an extra 6 F-35As. The hope is that they will be delivered from 2025. And a year prior to that, it's anticipated that the final Dutch F-16As and Bs will be retired from service. As of the end of last year, initial operating capability was declared by the Royal Netherlands Air Force with its first F-35A squadron, meaning it's able to deploy on a limited basis initially on operations around the world. One of 8 countries with which the jet is now in service.
Ukázka vězeňské služby začíná ve 12 hodin a 25 minut, čili máme tady posun zhruba 10 minut. Jinými slovy, kdyby se říkali čas 12 minut, to znamená za necelých 8 minut, už tedy F-35, nizozemských vzdušných sil, a ve 12 hodin a 25 minut ukázka vězeňské služby České republiky. Čili právě teď pro vás příležitost, pokud se třeba si dobrého pořadu lidí, tak nejsou ještě více příležitost, pokud budeme si ukázat.
Backtracking the runway, the Polish Air Force C-295 that was their Special Forces parachute drop platform a little while earlier. And that's departing back to its home base before we bring that next item in. The F-35A is operating directly from their base at Leeuwarden for today's display. Not too far to the east of us now, as we await their arrival. And the aircraft come from 322 Squadron of the Royal Netherlands Air Force, which was the unit that was declared initially operationally capable at the end of 2011, thus assuming the quick reaction force task. They also train F-35 pilots and develop tactics. Embedded within the squadron is a dedicated test department. And it is definitely something of a font of knowledge, this squadron, for the Royal Netherlands Air Force fighter community. Believe that they're about a couple of minutes out.
mám pocit, že už tam něco vidím v dálce, takže opravdu musíte podívat ty kamery, protože F-35, dámy a pánové, přiletává drazem na 4 mostrovské letiště na svůj historicky první průlet.
Well, in fact, instead of the expected two, it's one example of the F-35A Lightning II from 322 Squadron, Royal Netherlands Air Force, running in now for a flypast. Perhaps the most potent exemplar of current generation NATO air power. An aircraft will take the Alliance's air power capabilities many decades into the future. And with the F-35A heading back to Leeuwarden, it's to the prison service that we turn for our next ground display. And another very interesting one it is too. And George is here to describe it for you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jiří Kavan, or my first name translates as George into English. That's why my predecessor here called me George. Welcome to the Prison Service of the Czech Republic presentation of Force at NATO Days 2022. The Prison Service of the Czech Republic is a traditional and long-standing partner of the NATO Days in Ostrava, and we will demonstrate to you an ambush of a prison escort bus today. The scenario is based on the common inmate escort practice, where prison service officers are regularly carrying out regional escorts to transfer prisoners across all of the Czech Republic. Our buses with their purple stripes, you can meet them in regular traffic, mostly each Tuesdays and Thursdays. So now you see there's a prisoner escort bus moving around on a regular escort. It will be ambushed. The demonstration itself will involve the use of firearms, explosives. There will be a crackdown on the perpetrators of the ambush, and you will also see the use of service dogs, because the prison service of the Czech Republic we are still using service dogs, either sniffers or security dogs. Now the perpetrators are attacking the escort bus. They are fighting our correctional officers, overpowering them. But our officers managed to call for backup to the control center of their prison. So the backup is on the way, and you will soon see more correctional officers. The so-called intervention unit is on the way to push back the attackers. Some of the attackers were eliminated. Some of them tried to escape. And now you see our service security dog is going to eliminate the last of the attackers. Our guys will search the perpetrator if he has any guns or knives, anything dangerous on him. He also can witness the obedience of the service dogs. Just for your information, the prison service of the Czech Republic has almost 300 service dogs in service. Looking back at the escort bus, our guys formed a perimeter around the bus. They are searching and handcuffing the remaining perpetrators. The prison service of the Czech Republic operates 35 prisons across the Czech Republic, and we've got 2 prison hospitals, 3 forensic detention facilities for psychiatric patients who are also dangerous criminals. There are almost 11,000 employees and over 19,000 inmates. For the first time in 2022, the prison service, in close cooperation with the army, the customs administration and the Czech police, performed a group escort of tens of prisoners using the army plane. So it was an escort of inmates who had been extradited out of the Czech Republic, served their sentence in their home country. In this case, it was Romania. Czech Prison Service is also responsible for employment of inmates. There are almost 8,000 inmates in employment as of today. You can see that our presentation is nearing the end. We accomplished to overpower the perpetrators of the attack, successfully going back to the home prison. Thank you for watching. Also, thank you to all the prison service correctional officers who took part in this presentation, either as correctional officers or perpetrators. Thank you very much, and on behalf of the Czech Prison Service, goodbye.
Well, there was a pretty stern warning there never to get the wrong side of any of the Czech Customs Service dogs. More action shortly to come in the ground displays, with the Castle Guard giving us their motorcycle demonstration. But first, as the clean-up operation goes on just in front of us, following on from the Customs Service display, we're going to turn to one of the most interesting of all the fast jet flying display items here, and a representation of the next generation of a very familiar design. Rolling now, the Saab Jas-39E Gripen. And a very interested onlooker for this display is my co-commentator for the fast jet demonstrations, Captain Aleš Svoboda of the Czech Air Force, a Gripen pilot himself, as we were saying earlier. Aleš, it must be very interesting for you to see the newer model of the aircraft that you fly displaying here.
So good afternoon, Ben, again. It is indeed. I've never seen an air show display of the Gripen E so far, so I'm interested by myself.
No, this is a first for me as well, and this is a real game changer when compared with the earlier model Gripen. Of course, one of the biggest changes is the engine, because you have the Volvo Aero RM12, don't you, equivalent to the General Electric F404 in the earlier Gripen C and D models.
Yes, that's true. The Gripen C model, it uses basically the same engine as the FA-18 Hornet. It's slightly modified by Volvo, and this new Gripen E uses basically a modification of the Super Hornet engine, the GF414. So there is approximately 20% increase in thrust. I believe the C model uses an 80 kilonewton engine, whereas the E model uses a 98 kilonewton engine full afterburner.
And also a new radar, active electronically scanned array radar on the Gripen E.
Yes, the Gripen... the Gripen C uses the PS05 mechanically scanned radar, which is one of the best mechanically scanned radars in the world, but it's nowhere near the AESA radars or phase array radars, such as the one we have or the Saab has in the Gripen E aircraft.
And what that increase in power to the modified version of the F414 engine gives is also, I believe, the ability for the Gripen E to supercruise, to exceed Mach 1 without the use of afterburner.
Well, I would highly doubt that because, yeah, really, because there is an increase in thrust. There is an increase in thrust, but there is also an increase in weight. So the thrust-to-weight ratio will be a little bit higher. But regarding the super cruise capability, it really depends on the definition. If you have a clean aircraft, you could exceed Mach 1 without the use of afterburner. But a sustained super cruise, anywhere in the range of 1.4, 1.5, which is what we would technically need, I highly doubt that would be feasible without the use of afterburner, even with a Gripen E.
A slow pass here at the other end of the speed range. What it does, of course, mean is that this aircraft is longer range and can carry a bigger weapons load.
Yes, I think these are one of the biggest improvements over the previous version of the Gripen is the internal fuel capacity and the payload. I believe the internal fuel capacity of the Gripen E is approximately the same as of the Gripen C with one drop tank. So it basically carries one hidden drop tank, so to speak, in the fuselage. So it definitely has a longer legs, and also it has a modified centralized pylon where, in fact, it has a triple pylon. So you can hang 3 medium-range missiles. So in comparison to the Gripen C, you can have up to 5 medium-range missiles and 2 short-range missiles. Whereas the Gripen C can only have 4 medium-range missiles, and only if it carries one drop tank, which in the most tactical scenarios is not enough, because to go places you need fuel, and in the case of Gripen C you are faced with a dilemma. You can either carry fuel or weapons, but with Gripen E you can carry both.
So it makes the aircraft a lot more operationally flexible.
Yes, exactly. It has a much better endurance and greater range, and can carry a greater payload at the same time. So basically with Gripen E you can have 2 drop tanks, plus an increased internal fuel capacity, and you can carry up to 5 medium-range missiles and 2 short-range missiles. Or in the case of multi-role missions, such as air interdiction or self-escorted strike, you could carry a range of air-to-ground munitions on 2 underwing pylons, plus up to 3 Meteor or AMRAAM missiles, which are very advanced medium-range BVR missiles.
And also to be introduced here is the infrared search and track. What advantage does that confer to the pilot of the Gripen E?
Well, in a sense, it's like a second radar. It's basically another sensor, but in comparison to radar, it's a passive sensor. So it allows to detect aerial targets and track them without emitting anything in the radio frequency or IR spectrum at all. So, yeah.
The Gripen E entered service with the Swedish Air Force with the delivery of the first production examples to F7 wing at Såtenäs in December 2021. That's the wing that, amongst other things, performs training for not just the Swedish Air Force's Gripen pilots, but also those of other nations.
Yes, the Gripen C is serving currently in the Czech Air Force. It also serves in the Hungarian, Royal Thailand, and other air forces. I believe it is the South African Air Force, even though the situation down there is a bit more complicated, perhaps, than here in our air forces. So there is actually one Gripen, literally one, flying in support of the Empire Test Pilot School, which is a UK-based test pilot school, but I believe they use a Gripen that is actually based in Linköping. So that's another customer.
Indeed, and the Gripen E entered service with the Brazilian Air Force, another export customer, in April this year. And all of these Gripen E's that we're talking about, new build airframes rather than conversions of older ones. And Saab is also now marketing the Gripen Maritime as a carrier-borne version of the E model, which is an interesting departure for Saab, I think.
Yes, I don't think it's of interest here in the Czech Republic, but it's a landlocked country. But it's definitely an interesting development.
It is, and a very good display there, flown by Andrej Brännström, Saab test pilot from their test team at Linköping with the Gripen E. A new display for me as well. And for you, Aleš, and we'll see you back here shortly for the Gripen C of the Hungarian Air Force.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That'll be a very interesting contrast. But for now, we're going to go back to the ground displays and once again, something very different. now as the next ground display starts, with a phalanx of motorcycles coming into view. Dalibor is back with me to describe the action.
Okay, Ben, thank you for the mic. And my name is Dalibor Cibulka. I'll talk you through the following demonstration. So, we'll have a motorcycle unit display, and it concerns Prague Castle Guard. So there are a lot of skills these guys have to acquire, so they need to be able to ride their motorbikes in a high speed as well as very low speeds. And they need to synchronize all these formations before. So this unit is part of the Prague Castle Guard. It's not just the Prague Castle, but it's also Lany Chateau, which is a summer seat of the President of the Czech Republic. So both these are residences of our President. So now you can see that the formation hit the road. So this is how the motorcycle unit secures the transfer of the head of the state. They have to keep up with the speed of the motorcade and stay in formation at all times, always in motion. So this is a dynamic display. There are carefully rehearsed elements for these motorcycle riders. By the way, the motorbikes they use are BMW R1200 RT motorcycles. They are responsible for ensuring the security of the castle, not only during ceremonial acts, but more importantly, it is responsible for managing crisis situations and responding to them. So there are also two Land Rover's Discovery vehicles. Now they sped up in an emergency situation, for example in a choke point. They need to remain constant motion in order to prevent all potential risks. Okay, so this is the dynamic display I've mentioned. So they are performing carefully rehearsed elements, everything in utter synchronization. Just enjoy the show. The speed is now higher, but still they keep the synchronization. By the way, BMW motorcycles are used not only by the Prague Castle Guard, but within the armed forces. It's primarily military police corps. They have Dakar version as well as GS 1200. So these police officers mounted on the motorbikes, they have interphone communication available, so at all times they are aware of the situation, so they know about the traffic ahead of them and they can communicate with each other. Okay, so now they are lining up to greet the audience. So these motorbikes are in fact the top, the best, the pinnacle that these armed forces used in Coast Guard service. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the Prague Castle Guard for their spectacular show with motorbikes. Leaving with a V-shaped formation is their goodbye to the crowds. Okay, so thank you for being with us. Thank to all enthusiasts who like watching these NATO Days, which are annually organized in the statutory city of Ostrava.
přesně 9 hodin dopoledne. Rád bych vás pozval na tu dopoledací hostinární čas, které je naproti řídící věži, začne se podívat, jak takové rádio vzniká, jak se vyrábí vlastně pořád rádio, jak se může dovolit, všechno tohle tam má vidí, rádi čas na výsledky, relaxační zónu, ale letošní novinkou je dětská zóna, která se nachází na Praze Polsko Hradově, přistávací dráhy číslo 2, tam můžete s dětmi zamířit, jsou tam připravené naše hostesky, takže hostesky, které se řídí na tělo, organizace, která by na to požádala letošní roce už 22. rokem. Dámy a pánové, prosím, teď se konečně můžeme dočkat takto bez různých omezení, bezpečných opatření, jak jsme velice rádi. Je to počasí, že pravda mohla být trošku lepší, tak kdybyste se chtěli třeba zahřát, tak radši můžete dát třeba nějaký teplý nápoj na našich stáncích, máme tady spoustu druhého pití a každopádně zahřát se můžete taky tím, že navštívíte některou z historických ukázek, protože tady celá řada, ať už jsou to ukázky městské policie Ostrava, nebo nejrůznější ukázky armády České republiky, protože víme, že tady na to se armády České republiky se tradičně rozhoduje. Je to nejlepší, je tak armády České republiky dále taky bezpečnostní složek. Konečně tady se to koná na právě lepšího provozu, sledovat vzhled péčně, základu roku, francouzský NATO Days, se rozkládá ukázka v 16, že samozřejmě, když jsme se zapili do svého řádu a zdržet čárky a
Right, well, after that absolutely fantastic display by the personnel of the Castle Guards, showing us just as much precision on their motorbikes as we'll see later from the Patrouille Suisse with their F5 Tigers, we continue the flying, first of all with the Smart Wings 737 MAX 8 getting airborne. And next on the display schedule, an aeroplane that's the older version of the design we just saw being demonstrated by Saab, the Gripen E. Rather more familiar in these parts is the Gripen C, which we're about to see demonstrated by the Hungarian Air Force. And Aleš, as a Gripen pilot yourself, this is of course an aircraft you're really familiar with. How long have you been flying the Gripen in the Czech Air Force?
Well, I've been flying the Gripen since 2016, so for about 6 years.
And so how is it for a new pilot to transition onto this type?
Well, I did my transition or conversion to training, as we call it in Sweden, at the Swedish Air Force Base in Såtenäs. And it's actually fairly easy. The Swedes have it very well structured, the whole training. So it basically starts with some academic lessons, then training on the centrifuge, a lot of simulator sessions, and then you go solo basically in like 3 flights, I believe. So it's very well structured, very well organized, and the Gripen is so easy to fly, so you don't actually need too many dual instruction flights.
I was going to ask about the ease of operating the Gripen. It's something I've heard from other pilots. What is it that makes it so easy for the pilot to operate, to get into and to master?
Well, the primary reason is the fairly advanced digital flight control system, the fly-by-wire, and it has a certain feature that we call carefree maneuvering. It basically prevents the pilot from exceeding the G limits or the maximum angle of attack. So it basically makes sure the pilot doesn't depart the aircraft, doesn't overload the aircraft. So you can concentrate or focus on other tasks than just flying the aircraft.
That's another feature of the Typhoon we saw earlier, isn't it? Carefree handling.
Yes, pretty much. I believe it is the same in the Typhoon. Any other Generation 4 aircraft, such as the Rafale or even Generation 5 aircraft, of course, such as the F-22 or F-35 that we just saw.
And this is an aircraft that's designed by Saab to be extremely operationally flexible. It had to replace the Viggen in Swedish Air Force service, and that was an aircraft that performed very many different roles: air-to-air, air-to-ground, anti-shipping strike and reconnaissance. This Jas-39C Gripen, then from the 1st Tactical Fighter Squadron, of the Hungarian Air Force. Do you in the Czech Air Force have a great deal of cooperative activity with the Hungarians?
Yes, we have indeed. We actually started a new project that is called Pilot Leadership Exchange Program, which is a project within the Gripen user community. And next year we are going to exchange some of our operational experience and lessons learned with our Hungarian colleagues. So we actually have a very good relationship with the Hungarians, and we meet each other at either Gripen user community events or in various NATO exercises, such as the NATO Tiger Meet.
Ah, yes, because of course the Hungarian Gripen unit has a puma as its emblem, doesn't it? And that has qualified it to be part of the NATO Tigers.
Yeah, sure, they are the Puma Squadron. So, yeah, they are part of the NATO Tiger community.
The big cat community, we might say, more generally. Now, I mentioned the Gripen's predecessor there, the Saab 37 Viggen, that magnificent double delta combat jet of a previous generation. That was an aeroplane with incredibly good airfield performance. Now, the Swedes have always been very keen on this for their fighter aircraft because they train for dispersed operations from roads in the event of war, don't they?
Yes, it's the operational doctrine of the Swedish Air Force. They have their main bases, and then they have the war bases, and a number of, so to speak, highway sections or smaller runways that they can use operationally in terms of conflict or in a situation of where a conflict might be coming. In the near future. So there's a concept of how the Swedish Air Force takes advantage of the short takeoff and landing characteristics of the Gripen.
And we'll see the landing aspect of that demonstrated at the end of this display. How long roughly does it take you to turn a Gripen around between sorties?
Well, it really depends on how many weapons do you need to reload on the aircraft. But just in terms of refueling the aircraft and making a very quick inspection, a technical inspection between the two flights, it can be down to 15 minutes. But usually, during our training, we plan usually around 50 or 60 minutes to not be in any hurry, because there is no need to hurry in a training environment.
Of course. And there's the dump and burn that we see the Hungarian Gripen, but no other Gripens perform, igniting a bit of unburnt fuel from the venting facility on the back.
Yes, it's quite typical for the Hungarian displays. I haven't seen it in any of the other Gripen displays. The Czech one definitely doesn't have it. We don't do that.
What about when you're in the air? How easy is it with the Gripen to switch between? We see a flare firing past there. How easy is it for you to switch between, say, air-to-air and air-to-ground in the same sortie?
Well, the Gripen itself is designed to be multi-role, so you can basically be doing air-to-ground and air-to-air almost simultaneously. You can have your sensors split. You can have your laser designated put in an air-to-ground mode, and your radar in air-to-air. So you can be literally doing both at the same time. But obviously, this is not how it is usually tactically done. There is usually an air-to-air part of the mission and air-to-ground, and it is fairly easy to go from one to another. So there's no problem with that.
And this all very much designed into the aircraft from the outset when it first appeared in the late 1980s.
Yes, actually the name of the aircraft, JAS-39, the JAS is an abbreviation, a Swedish abbreviation of 3 words. I believe it's in Swedish it is Jakt, Attack and Spaning, means fighter, attack and reconnaissance, which pretty much sums it up. It's a reconnaissance aircraft, it's a fighter, it's a ground attack aircraft as well, and it can do anti-surface maritime tasks as well.
All this because of the breadth of missions that it has to take on from its predecessor aircraft, of course, as well. In the terms of the Hungarian Air Force, its predecessor was the MiG-29, and the Hungarian Gripens took over the QRA, the Quick Reaction Alert Facility, at their base at Kecskemét by the end of 2009. They've since been upgraded, and in January of this year, the Block 2 upgrade deal was signed by the Hungarian government and the Swedish Defence Material Administration, including a radar upgrade which will increase the air-to-air tracking range of the radar in the Hungarian Gripens, also an improved data link. The Swedes have always, in fact, the Swedes introduced data links on the Draken, I believe, years before most other air forces did.
Yes, the Swedes have their own data link, which we actually use on the Gripen as well. The Gripen is capable of using two different data links, the Link 16, which is the standard NATO tactical data link, and also the Swedish intralink, or TIDLs as it is called in Sweden. So the Swedish fighter link is capable of sharing vital information between the formation of the aircraft, which greatly enhances the situational awareness of all the pilots within the flight. So it's definitely a great addition. As you said, it was introduced perhaps on the Draken. Definitely it was on the Viggen.
Yes, albeit in a much more basic form back then to how it is now. For the Hungarian Air Force, the Quick Reaction Alert air defence capability has taken on a new significance since the start of the conflict in Ukraine. In fact, on the 8th of April this year, the Hungarian Gripens conducted 3 QRA scrambles in one day. 2 of them were due to bomb threats on Serbian air flights from Russia, and another because an Austrian pilot wasn't in air traffic control contact and strayed into an exclusion zone around a nuclear plant. That was a rather busy day. I'd imagine that QRA has been taken on even more importance in the Czech Air Force as well.
Yes, actually this year we are participating in the NATO Baltic Air Policing mission as the Czech Air Force and especially as our 211th fighter squadron. So we have been there for almost 6 years, deployed to Lithuania. At the same time, we are protecting the airspace over Czech Republic, and also since September we are participating in the protection of airspace of Slovakia, since they have ended the operation of MiG-29s. So it's quite a challenging situation today, but that's the way it is, and we are doing our best to tackle it.
Absolutely. Now, here's the landing performance being well demonstrated. Of course, we have a very, very long runway here at Ostrava. It strikes me always watching a Gripen land in a short distance, not that he is doing so in a particularly short distance, given the length of the taxi back he has, that when the Viggen used to perform a very short landing, there was a lot of noise and fury and brake dust and brake smell. You don't get anything like that with the Gripen, do you? It just rolls out as if undertaking entirely normal braking.
Yeah, that was because the Viggen used the thrust reversers, so it actually had to apply power to have a thrust coming in the other direction actually to help it brake, whereas the Gripen uses what is called a lift dumping system. It actually turns the canards perpendicular to the forward velocity, and it applies almost automatically. It puts the aerodynamical control surfaces in such a way that it puts downward pressure and makes the braking with the wheel brakes even more efficient and effective. So it can actually stop at a very short distance. The Gripen C can operate from strips as short as 800 meters. So I think it's a quite remarkable short takeoff and landing performance.
Yeah, it certainly is. Very, very impressive indeed. Also interesting, by the way, while we're on the subject of the Gripen C and Hungary, to have the Embraer KC-390 tanker transport here, because the Hungarians are getting those, I believe, to provide their own air-to-air refueling capability for the first time.
Yeah, that's a very smart move, because there is a huge demand for air-to-air tanker capability here in Europe. There is always shortage of tankers, so having your own air-to-air refueling tankers or your own capability is tremendous, because you can use it for your own training, you can use it operationally, you can even offer it for your partners. So I think it's a very smart move for them to have such a capability at home.
You, of course, make use of the A330s, don't you, that the Czech Republic is part of the multinational NATO tanker transport community?
Yes, we're participating in the MRTT community project, which is, I believe, A330, and we can use those assets, and we will in the future. So far, we are reliant on our other partners, such as US Air Forces in Europe with the KC-135s, or as you could see today, we are on the German Air Force A400.
Yes, we're going to see that towards the end of the programme, aren't we? Refuelling from the A400M. Your unit is very busy at the moment, the 211th Fighter Squadron, isn't it? Hence, we don't see a Gripen solo display from the squadron this year.
Yes, exactly. The Gripen solo display was cancelled for, I believe, the entire year because of the situation on the eastern flank of NATO. So we are rather busy, and we have higher priority tasking at the moment. So, but I believe we will see the Gripen demo next year, perhaps even here in Ostrava.
That will be very nice, as well as, of course, wider around Europe, where we've enjoyed it for very many years. Well, with the Hungarian Gripen clearing the runway, we're now looking out for the next of our solo fast jets on the programme, which is due to be the Belgian Air Component F-16. Just to run through the next few items. After that, we've got our tank demo from both the Czech and German armed forces in the ground exercise area. That's followed by the Finnish Air Force FA-18C Hornet. Then an historical tank demo from the SAV M43 from the Military History Institute in Prague. That'll be followed by a display from another branch of the Czech police performing the apprehension of armed human traffickers. Then we have got two Czech offerings, the first of them from Aero Vodokody with the new L39NG, and then from the CLV, the Air Force Training Centre at Pardubice with the Zlin 142 CAF. Then we've got a brief interlude with an awards ceremony on the ground before the display continues with the solo Mi-35, then the German Army EC-135, a combat parachute drop with members of the Czech 43rd Airborne Regiment dropping from a Czech Air Force C-295. That takes us up to about 3:15 when we've got a joint attack by Czech armoured units against enemy forces, again in the ground arena. The Swiss Air Force aerobatic team, the Patrie Suisse, will be displaying their F-5s just after 3:30. These are all local times here in Ostrava, of course. They're followed by the Slovak Air Force UH-60M Black Hawk, the refueling display Aleš was just talking about with the Luftwaffe A400M and a pair of Czech Air Force Gripens, the solo display from the German A400M, the final ground activity of the day with the BVP-2 light combat amphibious tracked vehicle of the Czech Army, and then the finale of our show today, a welcome to NATO flypast involving the Gripen E, the Finnish Air Force FA-18C, and I believe a repeat appearance from one of these, the F-16A MLU Fighting Falcon of the Belgian Air Component. And today we see the specially painted jet that we didn't see in the practice yesterday, the so-called Dream Viper, a new colour scheme for this year, and a new display pilot, Commandant Aviateur Steven de Vries. Vrieske, as he's nicknamed, he comes from 10 Wing at Kleine Brogel, and this, Aleš, one of the classic NATO combat aircraft.
Yes, one of the most spread aircraft throughout the world, the F-16 Fighting Falcon, or as it is more affectionately called, the Viper.
And Vrieske flying the demo for not just this, but also the next 2 seasons. really has notched up a milestone in the global Viper community. He was the first non-American pilot to clock up 5,000 hours on this type. And it's incredible to think that this aircraft started out in the 1970s as a lightweight fighter, purely an air-to-air platform, and just look at it now.
Well, it was actually in competition with what we will see after this, the FA-18 Hornet. It was taking part in what was then called the lightweight fighter program, where there was basically two competitors, the YF F-16 and the YF 17 Cobra, which was the direct predecessor of the FA-18 Hornet, which you will shortly see. So this came out of this competition as the winner, and it became the standard lightweight fighter of the US Air Force and of many air forces in the world, especially here in Europe.
And there we see, with a bit of flare firing thrown in, the first, albeit only briefly there, of a number of negative G manoeuvres that form part of Vriska's display. To me, it's absolutely incredible, having watched, I don't know how many F-16 displays I've seen over the years, to watch someone flying an F-16 through a display that's different to what we've seen before. But he manages that, not least through his negative G manoeuvres.
Well, it is. I think it is quite difficult to come up with something that would be really original, because the F-16 is a typical fighter, not too different from, in terms of maneuvering, not too different from, for example, the Eurofighter Typhoon that we saw earlier today. So it's really difficult to come up with something totally different. I believe the FA-18 Hornet display might be a bit different than the one we are seeing right now and then the one we saw in the morning. That's because the Hornet has practically unlimited angle of attack, so it's capable of totally different maneuvers than the F-16, but one of the greatest benefits of the F-16 is its engine. I think it's somewhere around 120 or even 130 kilonewtons, which is like 50% more than, for example, the Gripen C has. So it has a very good thrust-to-weight ratio. So it is very good in the vertical, in trading airspeed into altitude, as we can see right now.
Amazing to think that Belgium was the first of the European customer nations to receive the F-16, starting in 1979. Here we are more than 40 years later, and they are only just about to be replaced, or start being replaced, in Belgian service by the F-35.
Yes, like in many other countries, and perhaps even here in the Czech Republic someday.
Yes, Norway has already retired the F-16 completely. The Netherlands is well on the way to doing so, as we saw represented earlier. These early F-16A and B models of the 4 European air forces that bought F-16s in the 1970s, namely Belgium, Denmark, the Netherlands and Norway, all brought up to something much closer to the more modern production F-16 C and D standard by the MLU, the midlife upgrade, which turned them from largely solely air-to-air platforms into something much more capable in the air-to-ground environment as well, just like, say, aircraft like the Gripen are.
Yes, that's very true. I think the midlife update is a very smart move, because for a fraction of a cost you could move from a very, let's say, rudimentary capability into something that is capable of performing a whole variety of missions, and especially in terms of the sensor suite and in terms of the range of weapons it can employ. It was a great improvement for relatively small money in comparison to buying a whole new aircraft.
And the rightness of that decision has been borne out in the sort of operations that these aircraft have found themselves on pretty much ever since.
Now we can see a little bit of cloud layer that the pilot has to go through, and actually he's popping out some flares. And you can see the vapor above the wing root extension, which is quite a typical feature aerodynamically for the Viper. It's quite distinctive, and it actually, the wing root extension, it actually produces some vortices that enhance the flow over the wing and enhance the maneuverability of the F-16.
And we'll see that again later with the FA-18, won't we? If anything, even more so.
Yes, the FA-18 has what they call the lurks, the leading edge root extension, which is pretty much the same as the thing that the Viper has.
Now the pace slows for the high angle of attack, high alpha pass. When the F-16 was new on the display circuit in the 1970s, it was incredible to see a jet fighter flying as slowly as this, but nowadays it's entirely normal.
Yes, it is. I think it's connected to the interaction of the fly-by-wire, because it's easier to fly these maneuvers with the fly-by-wire than it was with the normal hydraulic control.
But I think it's easy now to forget how revolutionary this aircraft was in many ways when it appeared, in having fly-by-wire controls, in having, of course, a side stick control for the pilot as well. That was something very new in the 70s.
Yes, it has a side stick, so you don't have the traditional flight control stick in basically between your legs. You have it on the right side. And for example, the French Rafale has it the same way. It has a side stick. I flew with the Rafale. I had the opportunity to have a backseat ride in the Rafale, and it's really amazing how much more space you have and how much comfortable it is to control the aircraft with a side stick.
Belgian F-16s first went into action during the wars in the Balkans of the 1990s. They've seen a great deal of service also in Afghanistan, and, as with all NATO frontline fighters, on the Baltic air policing commitment that Ales was talking about earlier, as well as in 2011's Operation Unified Protector in Libya. More recently, they've been engaged in the efforts to combat the so-called Islamic State, or Daesh, and in fact at the end of September last year, 4 Belgian F-16s came to the end of a year-long deployment to Jordan. They flew 293 missions while they were there, mainly combat air patrols, close air support, reconnaissance and interdiction over Iraq and Syria. In landing configuration now, but obviously not touching down. And of course, we mustn't forget, this aircraft is still being produced by Lockheed Martin in far more advanced form, with the Block 70 being the latest enhancement. And this is an aircraft whose service life at present is estimated not to come to an end until around 2060 in the most modern variants.
Yes, the F-16 has been continuously upgraded, and it comes in different versions or blocks, as it is called in the F-16 world. And the latest one is the Block 70 or 72. The 70 and 72 is pretty much the same. It only differs in what engine it uses. The zero-ending blocks use the General Electric engines, whereas the 52 and 72 and other blocks use the Pratt & Whitney. And it's a tremendously capable, but still fourth-generation aircraft, the F-16 Block 70-72.
And they're going to be becoming much more common in the skies of Eastern and Central Europe, with both Bulgaria and Slovakia buying F-16s as well.
Yes, that's right. The Slovakians already have their pilots and technicians doing their training in the United States, and they are expected to start operating them I believe 2024, if I'm not mistaken.
Indeed, so as the Belgian air component F-16A MLU Fighting Falcon, in the hands of Commandant Aviateur Steven de Vries, ends its display and rolls out on landing. Alesh, stay with us. We have another fast jet that we were just talking about, indeed, coming up. But now we're back to the ground activity, and Tomáš Springl is here to describe this next ground display. Tomáš, welcome.
So at the display you can see the Czech tank T-72 M4CZ. It's a Czech modernization of T-72 M1 and M. This modernization was developed in late 19th, and the first pieces of tanks was imported to the battalion at 2003. This tank is from the 74th Tank Battalion Přásovice. Tank has got the engine with the power of 100 horsepower. It's armed with 125 mm caliber cannon, 7.62 mm machine gun, and 12.7 machine gun, which is outside of the tank on the turret as anti-aircraft gun. The tanks are in three variants: main battle tank, commander's tank, and recovery tank. The crew are three guys: commander, gunner, they are sitting in the turret, and driver, which is sitting in front of the tank under the turret. Effective range of fire for this tank is 1900, from 19 to 2200 meters. The weight of the tank is 48 tons. Maximum speed on the route is 61 kilometers per hour. In the terrain is 44 kilometers per hour. And on the reverse, tank can go by 14 kilometers per hour. Acceleration from 0 up to 42 kilometers per hour is 8.5 seconds. And
Okay, my name is Axel Kempfle from KMW, the manufacturer of the Leopard 2 A7V, which we can now see outside here in the field. This is currently the most modern version of the Leopard 2, which is available, currently under production for the German armed forces, and hopefully in the future for the Czech army. So some basic data for the vehicle. It has a combat weight of 66.5 metric tons. It's operated by a 4-man crew. We have a commander, a gunner, a loader, and a driver. We have a power pack which generates 1,500 horsepower and can accelerate the vehicle to 65 kilometers per hour. The fuel is sufficient for a range of 500 kilometers range on even terrain, and of course in heavy terrain less. So a few words to the armament. We have a 120 millimeter smoothbore caliber L55 weapon system. We have 42 rounds onboard ammunition. Currently a 7.62 millimeter coaxial machine gun with several thousand rounds stored in the vehicle. The ammunition for the main gun has also the possibility to be programmed, which means we have different fuse modes, impact, airburst, and delay. A few words to the protection. We have the most modern and most advanced dual passive protection mounted on this vehicle, which can withstand all the current available threats. We have also mounted an active protection system, the Euro Trophy system, which is able to intercept incoming anti-tank missiles and shoulder-launched grenades. So we have third-generation thermal imagers for the commander and the gunner. We have the possibility of a hunter-killer functionality, which means the commander is looking for targets and then hands over the targets to the gunner and automatically lets the weapon move into the position to engage the enemy. So the vehicle is completely mine protected. We can withstand a threat of a 10-kilogram anti-tank mine. Also additional IED protections in the chassis. We have additional integrated auxiliary power unit, which makes it possible to operate the complete vehicle without the main engine running, which is very helpful in checkpoint missions. Also, we have an AC system, so air conditioning system for the crew to operate the vehicle in hot environments. We have implemented an NBC system against nuclear, biological, and chemical threats. And the German army will then have, in the end, about 205 units of this version. So, additionally for the crew protection, we have a fire suppression system installed in the crew compartment, which means in case of fire or overmatch threat, the crew is protected, and also a fire extinguishing system for the power pack compartment, which can automatically extinguish accidents and fires in the power pack compartment. I think that's it in short. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, and we are shortly to see a rather older piece of mechanised machinery taking to the ground exercise area. But first, on to what, in my opinion, is one of the most stunning fast jet displays on the European circuit. We've already been talking about it, and what marks this display out, rather like that by its Swiss Air Force counterpart, which we've enjoyed at many European air shows over many summers, is the ability of this aircraft to pull to incredibly high angles of attack extremely abruptly, and this because of recent improvements to the flight control software on this aeroplane, affording it almost unlimited angles of attack without departing. There are moments in this display where the aircraft is in some of the pirouette-type manoeuvres, looking as though it's almost entering something akin to a flat spin, but it's not. It's under complete control. It's a masterly demonstration. The Boeing FA-18C Hornet of the Finnish Air Force. Yes, these flight control software improvements that I'm talking about on the Finnish and the Swiss Hornets really have, to my mind, given it a level of agility that we see during displays almost akin to some of the three-dimensional thrust vectoring fighters like the F-22.
Well, for example, the pirouette that we will probably see today is an example of the great maneuverability the FA-18 has. But from a tactical point of view, there is not much use of it. It's rather to teach the new pilot the characteristics and the capabilities of the airplane.
So we should see a full show today, starting off and with more flares. With a three-quarter loop. And now back onto the main display axis. As we were saying, let's not forget, this is an aircraft type that, like the F-16, dates from the mid-1970s, basically.
Yes, exactly. It has been upgraded over the years. This is the C version, which is still called the Hornet. There is also the E or F version, which is called the Super Hornet, which is basically a new airplane, though, and very similar to the Legacy Hornet. The Legacy Hornet is still operated in various air forces. However, the primary operator, the United States Navy, has already ceased operating these aircraft.
And flying this display is Captain Alexei Ritvos from Fighter Squadron 31, part of Karelian Air Command within the Finnish Air Force. There are two squadrons of Hornets in that air arm under the operational control of wings organised on a regional basis. This one is stationed at Risala. The other is part of Lapland Air Command at Rovaniemi inside the Arctic Circle. And another high angle of attack past. What sort of speed would you estimate he's doing here, Ales?
Well, I would estimate about 120 knots, which is about 200 kilometers per hour.
The Finnish Hornets started out as pure air-to-air platforms, but an air-to-ground capability was added by one of the upgrades that Ales was talking about, and verified when that midlife upgrade was completed by the first test firings of air-to-ground weapons from Finnish Hornets in June 2015.
I would say one of the distinctive features of the Hornet is the twin tails, which are canted outwards. They are actually one of the reasons why the Hornet can maneuver with almost unlimited angle of attack, because the twin tails being canted outwards are still capable of maintaining directional stability even under high alpha, so high under angles of attack.
And we're coming up to one of the moments, I believe, in this display where a high angle of attack is taken to extremes. Coming in at slow speed, but we're about to see an incredibly vertiginous, hard pull-up. That's a maneuver they call the Cobra, very akin to the maneuvers of the same name that we first saw performed by the Sukhoi Su-27 flanker when it made its debut on the Western airshow scene at Paris in 1989. And of course, it's been a familiar story for the Finns, as it has for you in the Czech Air Force with regard to QRA. They've been encountering many more Russian aircraft of late around the fringes of their airspace.
Yes, well, they are geographically positioned in a very busy region, so because they are non-NATO, they are not very much integrated, non-NATO yet, but they are not very much integrated in the NATO integrated air and missile defense system. So if there is anything going on over the international waters, NATO scrambles, but they usually scramble as well, as do the Swedes. So.
And that'll only increase when they join the alliance, of course, and are integrated into those systems.
Yeah, that's highly likely.
Coming head-on towards us now, and another high G pull-up and another firing of flares. The Finnish Air Force bought 62 Hornets. All of the single-seat C models like this one were licensed built in Finland by Patria. Deliveries starting in June 1995. But these aircraft too are now up for replacement, and 2021 saw the Finnish government selecting the F-35A Lightning II. Finland buying 64 of those jets, and they'll be delivered between 2025 and 2030. So, the Finnish Air Force FA-18C with Captain Aleksi Ritvos at the controls finishing its display, but the contrasts only keep going on the ground.
So thank you, Ben. This is Dalibor Cibulka. I'll talk you through the show on the ground. So, as you can see, there is a tank, SEV Mark 43, and I'll give you some technical information. So, it was produced by Scania Vabis. It is a liquid-cooled inline 4-stroke petrol 6-cylinder type, 1664-13. The capacity the size of engine is 7,750 cubic centimeters. The performance equals 103 kilowatts, which is 140 horsepower, maximum speed was 45 kilometers per hour, transmission by Praga Wilson, weaponry, so it has a cannon 105 millimeter, armoring typically between 8 to 50 millimeters, weight 12,400 kilograms, and it can house as many as 4 crew members, and as I mentioned, the manufacturer is Scania Vabis. So it was just briefly about the tank you could see on the ground, the historical one. So there'll be some more demonstrations coming, and I'll pass the word to Ben later.
Než vám předvedeme ukázku modelové situace s názvem Převaděči, dovolte nám pár slov o ředitelství služby cizinecké policie. Jehož policisté si pro vás tuto ukázku na dnešní den připravili. Služba cizinecké policie je vysoce specializovanou složkou policie České republiky, která plní úkoly související s problematikou vstupu a pobytu cizinců na území České republiky.
Well, we're going to be moving on to the next part of our ground displays immediately, and it comes courtesy of an organisation known as the Czech Foreign Police, and they're going to be demonstrating a crackdown on a group of smugglers who are undertaking the organised transportation of migrants through the Czech Republic. The scenario we need to imagine here is that within cooperation between international police forces, operational information has identified the issue of illegal migration, and specifically the possible movement of a vehicle that could be being used to undertake the illegal transportation of people around the Czech Republic. Well, it seems as if, in this case, the observations of the Czech Foreign Police colleagues from other forces abroad have been confirmed. The driver of the van, which is suspected of carrying illegal migrants, has crossed the border into the Czech Republic and is heading to a destination that's already known to the police, thanks to the monitoring that's been undertaken of the group of people traffickers. There, another vehicle is already waiting, whose driver will take those people over, who already made the illegal crossing of the border. But the Czech police intervention teams are already at the handover point, monitoring the area and ready at any moment to intervene. And here they come now. There's a reasonable fear that the people smugglers are dangerous armed offenders, so they're ready to apprehend them on the spot and take them, hopefully, into custody. Well, the driver of one vehicle there tried to flee when he spotted the police car arriving, but was very quickly pursued and stopped. And 2 suspected people traffickers are being taken under arrest. As you can see, a very rapid intervention, And once they have secured their detainees, the police officers are gradually taking them all to the escort vehicle, whereupon the action will be brought to a close, with the intervention commander giving the order to bring it to an end. The Czech Foreign Police have noticed various trends in connection with these activities, with people being smuggled just across the border between the Czech Republic and Slovakia, mostly in the Zlin or South Moravia regions, or indeed they might drop the accompanying migrants off in Slovakia and then continue on foot across the border towards the Czech Republic to try to avoid detection. Having done so, the drivers would return and pick up the next group of people being trafficked, often using rental vehicles from either the Czech Republic or Germany to do so. And now another vehicle of the foreign police is arriving to make sure there's sufficient capacity to take all of those who've been detained to a site where they can be put into custody. All of those detained will be taken on indeed to a specialised facility of the Department of the Foreign Police in the local area that's responsible for the onward processing of those who've been arrested. Now being loaded into the van, and it's at around this point that the intervention commander will step in to declare the operation concluded. There's another of the detainees being frog marched towards the van. Of course, plenty of foreign police officers remaining standing by on the scene in case of any unexpected further twists in the scenario, but their services are no longer needed. They're repairing back to their vehicles. And we'll see the vehicles now parading past us. And that was the display put together by the officers of the Directorate of the Czech Foreign Police Service. But ready for takeoff now, we've got another new variation on an old theme. Earlier on in the programme, we saw the L410NG, the new generation development of the trusty Czech-built LET L410 turbo-LET twin turboprop light transport. Well, here is, in a similar vein, a new variation on the established theme of the Aerovodochody L39 Albatros jet trainer, a type that first flew in prototype form on the 4th of November 1968. Just over 50 years later, on the 22nd of December 2018, the first example of this much upgraded version took to the air. Indeed, it's virtually a new aeroplane. A design initially created by Aerovodochody as a successor to its very popular L29 Delphine jet trainer, with the aim of becoming the standard straight-through trainer across all of the Eastern Bloc countries. And it entered service with the Czechoslovak Air Force originally in L39C form in 1974. It was always a simple, tough and rugged airframe able to operate from grass or other unprepared surfaces, and with ease of maintenance always much to the fore. Well, the aircraft we're about to see looks very much like, in some respects, an older version, a very obvious development of the older versions of the L39, but this new L39NG is a very different beast. Now, Aleš, I'm assuming you have plenty of experience of the older L39 model.
Yes, I have roughly 400 flight hours on the legacy L39 on two different versions, the L39C and the L39ZA, which is the armed version of the L39C.
But what we're about to see here, Aleš, is, as I was saying, in many ways a totally new aeroplane. The profile is quite similar, isn't it? But under the skin, a whole lot is new.
Yes, I think the biggest differences are inside. There is a totally new engine, and you could find a lot of differences in the cockpit. I think what they are striving for, they're trying to have some sort of glass cockpit that can be customized towards the fighter platform, for which the L39NG is supposed to act as a jet trainer, pretty much in a similar way as the Pilatus PC-21 is doing that.
Yes, I suppose you could also compare this to something like the BAE Systems Hawk AJT, the Hawk T2 as it's known in the RAF. Yes. It's still called a Hawk, but it's a very different Hawk to the Mark 1s.
Yes, true. I think in terms of flight performance, the L39NG is somewhere between the Pilatus PC-21 and the Hawk, the AJT. It's probably closer to the Pilatus in terms of maximum speed and how many Gs it can sustain.
When the Warsaw Pact was in the process of collapsing. That was when Aero Vodokody first started introducing Western systems into the L-39. The L-139, the Albatros 2000 as they called it, introduced a Garrett TFE 731 engine. They found at that time that sales started to decline with their former captive market no longer being available, and also more advanced jet trainers coming onto the scene. But still the production line continued until the end of the 1990s. Then, of course, we saw further development, didn't we, with the L-159, which we've already seen flying today.
Yes, the L-159 ALCA, or Advanced Light Combat Aircraft, was supposed to be the backbone of the Czech Air Force. However, it's a subsonic aircraft. It doesn't have the same capabilities as modern supersonic fighters have. And nowadays it acts as a trainer and also as a light combat aircraft. So we have 2 squadrons equipped with the L-159, the training squadron and a tactical squadron.
And the L-159 has also gained some success, hasn't it, with defence contractors. Draken International have bought some, and the Iraqi Air Force also has some now as well, ex-Czech examples.
Yes, I would quite frankly say that the Draken International has been the greatest success of the L-159 because being a contractor and performing the so-called Red Air role, or being a training tool for the JTECs, the Joint Tactical Terminal Aircraft Controllers, is I think this is something for which the L-159 is very well suited.
Yeah. Just waiting for takeoff clearance. I think we have a corporate jet movement of some kind awaited beforehand. Yes, it's the Global Express just on the roll. I think one of Saab's corporate fleet departing. And with that, heading back to Sweden, we'll hopefully soon get the L-39NG into the air. Of course, there's also been another very ready Western market for older L-39s, the likes of the C and the ZA models you were talking about, with civilian operators in the West.
Yes, I think there are roughly 200 L-39s in private ownership in the United States. The number might be lower nowadays, but I think that's a huge opportunity for doing upgrade and especially of the cockpit and also engine-wise, because the engine that the original L-39 has, the AI-25TL, I believe, it's actually the same engine as the vintage Yak-40 transport bizjet that the Russian bizjet uses. So as you can see, it's an engine originally developed for transport aircraft. So it's not very well suited for jet trainers, let alone combat aircraft or fighters. Especially because the time it takes for the engine to spool up from idle to maximum RPM is quite long. I think it's about 12 seconds. So it can be quite challenging, especially when doing close formation maneuvers, where you have to adjust the throttles very often in order to stay in the proper position. So I believe refitting the legacy L-39s with a new engine that is much more suited for the role that the aircraft has is an opportunity for maybe the manufacturer, but also for private companies in the United States.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, because the engine that the L-39NG is using, the Williams International FJ44 turbofan, is a really well-proven engine on all sorts of, funnily enough, on light business jets as well, but much better suited, arguably, to this sort of airplane.
Yes, and it's also a Western engine, so some of the issues related to logistics and maintenance probably should not be relevant anymore in the case of this new engine.
While it does we were saying, look very similar to the original. It's quite a bit more aerodynamically efficient, I gather, the L39NG airframe compared with the likes of the C model.
Yes, there are a few differences. I think one of the most visible things is that they got rid of the wingtip tanks.
Yeah.
So that's actually a thing that was quite typical for the L39 for its silhouette.
Definitely. And a new cockpit canopy as well.
Yes, I think they have a one-piece canopy.
Yeah.
Which greatly increases the visibility out of the cockpit.
And quite a lot of composite technology also used in the L39NG airframe, which all serves to bring the weight down.
Yes, because the new engine is not so much stronger, so much more powerful than the original engine, but the overall weight of the aircraft should be lower thanks to the composite materials. So the thrust-to-weight ratio that greatly influences maneuverability, the vertical climb capability should be much better.
Quite apart from the advanced jet training role that we were describing, this is also, just like the existing L39, a light attack platform as well, or at least foreseen as such. 5 underwing hardpoints, around 1,650 kilos of weapons can be carried.
Yes, that's probably because the manufacturer sees a market for an armed version. I would guess somewhere in Africa or Asia, where the armed versions of the original L39 have been serving or have been operated.
Yes, countries that might not have the spending power, for example, to acquire a dedicated latest generation or newer generation fighter.
Yeah.
It's already achieved a number of sales, the L39NG. I gather that with the Czech Air Force, it's intended to equip the CLV training center at Pardubice.
Yes, that's right. There is such an intent, and it's a little bit complicated situation because the CLV, or the Flight Training Center, it's not a military organization per se, because our parts of our flight training are outsourced to the Flight Training Center. It is a state-owned company, but all the military aircraft, even though they are operated by someone other than the military, have to be registered as military aircraft, and therefore they have something to do with the military.
Yes, a very similar situation for us in the UK with the contractorization of flight training. Also ordered by the Ghanaian, Hungarian and Vietnamese Air Forces, the L39NG so far.
Yes, I've heard there's been a sale going on to Vietnam. Not sure about the Hungarians, because the Hungarians pretty much like us, they outsource their training, and currently they use the training opportunities in Canada. I think it's the NATO Fast Jet Training School or something like that. So one of the benefits of getting rid of the wingtip tanks is lowering the parasitic drag they had. So the whole vehicle should be less draggy. On the other hand, those wingtip tanks acted as a miniature winglets, reducing the so-called induced drag, which is a drag that is some sort of unwanted side effect of lift. So anytime the wings generate lift, they also generate the so-called induced drag that you can see for example, civilian airports under moist conditions as a wake behind heavy aircraft. Also, the wingtip tanks had a positive effect on the flight characteristics, on the docile handling of the original L-39, which is quite an important feature for it's basically a requirement for a jet trainer to have a very docile handling characteristics. So it's we will see what actual flight characteristics this new version of the L-39 is going to have with the tanks removed.
Of course, a big part of bringing on a new generation version like this is to make the cockpit environment that much more similar to the more modern combat jets that the trainees will hopefully progress to.
Yes, part of the flight training on a jet like this is to learn how to fly a jet, how to do aerobatics, how to fly instrument under IFR flight rules, how to do formation aerobatics and so on, but also get accustomed to the symbology and to the cockpit layout and all the systems that the future aircraft that the pilots who are training on these jet trainers are going to operate. As you can hear, it's not a very noisy airplane.
No, it's not at all, is it? No. This aircraft from the Aero Vodochody test fleet and flown by Vladimir Tovarek, one of their test pilots. And again, like the Gripen E, this isn't an aircraft I've seen doing a flying display before, though I know this isn't its first, and very interesting to see it in the air.
Well, I haven't seen it either, so I was quite curious about it.
Yes.
I mean, the display is not too much different from the L-39, the legacy L-39, yeah, which is not surprising, but a very nice display after all.
Well, Aleš, thank you so much for your company through all this sequence of fast jet displays, and hopefully you'll be able to rejoin me later when we see people from your own squadron back with us briefly with the A400M and 2 Gripens.
Sure, I'm glad to be here. We'll join you gladly.
Quite a bit of movement out on the airfield at the moment. The C-295 of the Czech Air Force, which is going to be providing another of our parachute jump platforms. A winglet-equipped C-295 indeed. Getting airborne to gain height with them on board. That's for a display coming up a little later, namely our combat paradrop by, we're expecting 24 members of the 43rd Airborne Regiment of the Czech Armed Forces. We were just mentioning the CLV, the civilian contractor operated Czech Air Force flight training school at Pardubice that operates L-39C Albatros models amongst its fleet. Well, it's going to also provide the next display on the program, and this is by the smallest aircraft in our show and also the least powerful of the types that we're seeing on display today, but it is an absolutely sensational display of aerobatic flying in a relatively low-powered aeroplane from someone who counts among the great masters of the aerobatic art, not only in the Czech Republic, but further afield as well, through his exploits in one of aviation's most famous modern-day competitions.
Klasické hosté zdílí s Martinem Čenkou, který na tomto stroji dokáže předvést úžasné akrobatické umění. Myslím si, další vrcholu dominátor armády České republiky. My jsme zvyklí, že vlastně na této přehlídce tradičně armáda České republiky, a nejenom já, ale i jiné bezpečnostní složky, ostatní bezpečnostní složky České republiky, představují to nejlepší, co mají. Vidím tomu, že kromě dynamických ukázek na zemi a ve vzduchu oceňujete také nabídku stánků a statických ukázek, kam se samozřejmě zváni předně jednotliví komentáři pro rámcové vystoupení těch stáncích dynamických ukázek, respektive statických ukázek, rádi podají některé informace, tak stačí poslouchat a dozvíte se pro vás vězenská policie nebo vězenská služba, kterou statickou otázku podívat na videa. My už tady čekáme na další ukázku, zmiňovaný stroj, který že, ano, a už je to vzduchu, dámy a pánové, teď se dostaneme informací, že je to vzduchu a první tato ukázka může začít. Martin Šonka, dámy a pánové, nad našimi hostami na lupackém zlínu, to takhle slangově, a ukázka opravdu zmiňovaná.
There, up high above us, starting his display, is Martin Šonka with the Zlin 142 CAF. .210 horsepower at his disposal from the six-cylinder supercharged LOM M337 piston engine in this basic trainer. But in the hands of someone like Martin, it can put on an absolutely phenomenal display. Many of you will know the name, I'm sure, from his exploits in the Red Bull Air Race World Series. Martin, a former Czech Air Force Gripen pilot, decided to take up aerobatics in the display world, became part of the Red Bull Air Race Championship, and in 2018 won the series outright, having initially been one of the youngest ever competitors in those events. And all of that experience and more being brought to bear in what is a quite superb display of this aeroplane. It exhibits the splendidly crisp handling characteristics that anyone who's flown, for example, the earlier Zlin 326 and 526 Trainer models will recognize. But this, in this side-by-side two-seat trainer of a more modern generation. This line started out with the Zlin 42, which took its maiden flight in October 1967. Just look at that. There was also a four-seat trainer and tourer, the Zlin 43. The Zlin 42 model had a 180 horsepower Valter engine, had good aerobatic performance, but that was enhanced still further when they came up with this, the slightly larger Zlin 142, with this more powerful and supercharged engine. They also decided to offer a Western engine, a Lycoming, on the Zlin 242, which was offered in the early 1990s to the UK Ministry of Defence as a contender for the de Havilland Chipmunk replacement contract for the RAF's University Air Squadrons and Air Experience flights, which eventually fell to the Grob G115E. In the Czech Air Force, 8 were acquired and went into service in 1995 with the 343rd Training Squadron at Pardubice, which had 2 flights of these Zlins and 1 of MIL-My-2 hoplite helicopters for rotary wing training. Then at the end of 2003-4, as Aleš was just explaining, the decision was taken to contractorize Czech Air Force flight training. It was transferred to the newly formed training centre, the CLV, which is operated in association with the state-owned aerospace company Long Praha. These Zlins are mainly used now by the CLV to train students from the University of Defence in Brno, as well as some foreign trainees from other air forces. The Zlins were given a life extension in 2013-14, and more recently upgrades to their communications equipment necessary for the modern air traffic control environment, and as such they'll be able to carry on in service into the latter part of this decade until about 2025-26. In June 2020, the fleet of Zlins notched up its 20,000th flying hour in military service. As we can see, a fully inverted fuel and oil system in the 142. Other aircraft used by the CLV at Pardubice, as well as these and the remaining MIL-My-2s, are the Enstrom 480 and MIL-My-17 helicopters, as well as the Evector EV-97 Eurostar ultralight, or sorry, microlight I should say, the L-39 and the L-410 turbolet. And with that wing rock, Martin Schonka brings to an end his display of the Zlin 142 CAF. I expect, as he did yesterday when he did his rehearsal, Martin will land quite a long way down the runway to lessen the time required to taxi back to his parking slot, which is a long way round the other side of the airfield. Well, the next display item I can see engines running on the far side of the airfield, ready to lift fairly shortly. But first we go back to ceremonial activities on the ground, and once again down there we can see the governor of the region of Moravia and Silesia, Ivo Vondrak, to whom the microphone has just been passed.
záchranný sbor Moravskoslezského kraje jeden z pilířů bezpečnosti, který u nás máme. Vždy na něj je velký spoleh, ať už jde o požáry, záchranné akce, ale také samozřejmě doby, kdy jsme tady měli covid a v dnešní době samozřejmě i ukrajinskou krizi. A já jsem moc rád a je mi velkou ctí, že mohu dnes předat cenu hejtmana řediteli Hasičského záchranného sboru Moravskoslezského kraje, panu plukovníku Radimu Kuchařovi. Od samého počátku, co je s námi, vždy nám pomáhá a myslím si, že i pomáhat bude. Takže dovolte mi, abych mu touto cestou za tu jeho práci poděkoval, popřál mu vše nejlepší do dalších let a samozřejmě předal mu i tuto cenu.
Ivo Vondrak explaining the award that he is giving here to the director of the Fire Rescue Corps in the Moravian Silesian region, Colonel Radim Kučar.
Byl právě teď oceněn hejtmanem Moravskoslezského kraje za to, jak hasičský záchranný sbor dokáže zvládat nasazení při aktuální migrační krizi v Moravskoslezském kraji vyvolané válkou na Ukrajině. Děkujeme a já se opět přesouvám nahoru na řídící věž letových ucházek, protože komentovat pro vás za pár okamžiků budeme další zajímavou záležitost, ale ještě předtím tady mám důležité sdělení, protože ve stánku, modrém stanu za věží se nachází chlapeček Jindřich Mlčoch, 6letý, hledá tátu Jana Mlčocha z Prostějova. Naposledy byl viděn ve stánku s hotdogy, takže dámy a pánové, prosíme pana Jana Mlčocha, tatínka malého 6letého Jindřicha Mlčocha, aby si svého syna vyzvedl v modrém stanu za věží, ze které řídíme letové ukázky. Děkujeme!
If maybe you've just joined us on the NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2022 live stream, you're very welcome indeed to be here on this Saturday afternoon. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're enjoying our coverage of this fascinating event here at Ostrava Airport in the Czech Republic. We're live on this extremely chilly by recent summer standards, but nonetheless pleasant Saturday of an event that brings together military aircraft from the air arms of 17 different countries, most of them members of the NATO alliance, and which does so at a particularly important time in the alliance's history, with conflict raging just on the eastern side of its current borders, and with both Finland and Sweden earmarked as future NATO members, an occasion that we'll be marking at the end of the show in our own particular way with a unique mixed formation of current and future NATO member aircraft. Before then, though, we've still got a lot to get through, both with regard to air and ground displays. Both of the next two slots being filled with helicopters. In the meantime, we watch some excellent footage in an advertisement from Saab, one of the event's sponsors here, showing the new Gripen E in action, as we enjoyed earlier on in the show. A big crowd here at Leoš Janáček Airport, named after the famous Czech-born composer. To enjoy this show, we there saw them lined up along the barriers adjacent to the ground display area, which also provides a convenient location from which to watch the flying displays And here is a very exciting one indeed about to take place, but also a poignant one this weekend. The last major public appearance in this country of the Czech Air Force Mil Mi-35 behind. I say that because this type, after 40 years of service with the former Czechoslovak and now Czech Air Forces, is destined for retirement around the turn of the year. It's a story that started in 1982 when the first Mi-24D models for the Czechoslovak Air Force arrived. The Mi-24V followed from 1985, and a total of 62 Hinds, as the type is known in the NATO reporting system, were delivered between 1982 and 92. When at the end of that year Czechoslovakia was split up, 34 of those Hinds of the different variants were passed to the new Czech Air Force. And then in 2003, in part payment of a Russian debt, the Czech Air Force received 10 new Mi-35 models. This is basically the Mi-24V, but under an export designation. And they have proved a very valuable addition to the country's air power arsenal. The Hinds generally used for close support duties by the Czech Air Force, and the Czechs have also done a great deal to support the reformed Afghan Air Force's operations of the Hind. The fleet now operated by just one unit, the 221st Helicopter Squadron at Náměšť nad Oslavou, all of them upgraded to NATO standards. It still is easy to recall a time when it was all but unthinkable to imagine Hinds such as this flying as part of the NATO alliance. But following the thawing in relations of the 1980s into the 1990s, so it's indeed proved, and Hinds have made a great contribution to many multinational exercises, not least the NATO Tiger meets, because this squadron with its Tiger emblem is one of the member units of the NATO Tiger Association. The Czech Hinds could theoretically carry on serving the Czech Air Force until circa 2045. They've only just been through a major overhaul by Long Praha, but the decision has been taken to phase them out. In the static park here, you can see examples of both the Bell UH-1I and UH-1Y and AH-1Z. Those together represent the replacement for the Hind in Czech service. Deliveries of those due to start in 2023. This helicopter that, although it has been phased out by certain operators, remains highly relevant to modern warfare as its engagement in the conflicts in Libya, Syria and Crimea has borne out. But its story in the Czech Air Force now coming to an end. A story that's included many excellent solo and team displays of this menacing battlefield helicopter. Now very much one of the last vestiges of Russian or Soviet-built frontline equipment in the Czech Air Force. The Mine 171 is, one could definitely say, a frontline type. But the likes of the MiG-21, the MiG-23 and the MiG-29 are all long gone, likewise the Sukhoi Su-22. Before too long, the Mi-24 and 35 are due to go the same way. Returning to his parking spot on the far side of the runway, Major Václav Spacek of the 221st Helicopter Squadron, Czech Air Force, with the MIL My-35. Tomorrow will see its last major public air show display in Czech service.
First Lieutenant Marlon Pfeiffer and EC-135.
Well, I promised a bit more in the way of rotary wing action for the next item, and here it is coming down the display line. The German Army Airbus EC-135. The EC-135 used by the Internationales Hubschrauber-Ausbildungszentrum, or International Helicopter Training Center, stationed at Bückeburg near Hanover. This is just one of the myriad uses to which this very popular helicopter, formerly part of the Eurocopter stable, now subsumed into Airbus, performs with civilian and military operators the world over. Twin-engine helicopter with a digital so-called glass cockpit, an autopilot and a flight management system. A very good platform on which to train those destined for the German Army's heavier types, the likes of the NH90 indeed, that we saw earlier on in today's programme. This is the EC135T variant. T standing for Turbo Mecha. That's the manufacturer of the Arios 2B1 power plants. In this model, Notice, of course, one of the distinctive features of the EC135 design is the tail rotor arrangement, an enclosed fenestron setup. Well in excess of 1,000 examples of the EC135 have been delivered to date to customers around the world. Particularly popular, this type of helicopter, in the EMS, Emergency Medical Services role, but also, as we see here, used by certain operators as a rotary wing trainer. They're also employed extensively by police air support units on border patrol work, as corporate and executive transports to support the operations of offshore wind farms, to inspect power lines, and many other roles in the civilian world. And it was developed into a dedicated military version, the EC635, to perform the fire support, medical evacuation, training and other roles. Among the customers for that are the air arms of Iraq, Jordan, Portugal and Switzerland. Generally flown by a single pilot, the EC135 capable of carrying up to 7 passengers. The crew complement differs, of course, for those civilian EC135s employed in the EMS role, which would carry 2 crew and 2 patients. The objective of the International Helicopter Training Centre that operates this EC-135 within the German Army is to conduct the basic training of future helicopter pilots, and within the space of 12 months to get them to the point where they're able to fly a helicopter under VFR, Visual Flight Rules, conditions. They can go on also to gain qualifications for instrument flying and low-level night flying as well.
For his comment about helicopter EC-135, viděli jste vrtulník SS-135 německých vzdušných sil a komentoval ho pro nás právě pan Manuel Pfeiffer. Doufám, že jste rozuměli logičně, protože taky není hromostka řeč, snažil se, myslím si, že to bylo naprosto precizní. And see you soon tomorrow. Dámy a pánové, zítra veselá ukázka, doporučujeme opravdu všem, kteří budou přicházet sem na televizi dalekohledy, protože si dalekohledy vidíte mnohem lépe. Nás čeká další ukázka ve vzduchu. Tentokrát to bude vymyslet už třetí výsadek a s touto ukázkou nás provede kapitánka Simona Mužátko, tisková a informační důstojnice 34. výsadkového pluku a z toho zajímavého programu všech zajímavých ukázek, co nás rozhodně můžu si líbit švýcarskou akrobatickou skupinu PlanesTV, která bude vystupovat zhruba už na půl hodiny plus minus a která se předvede na českých strojích ve formaci, kde předvádějí neskutečné věci. Tak jak to vypadá s tím výsledkem? Vlastně ještě budeme říkat chvíličku, že jo? Já už možná využiju toho, že tady paní kapitánku máme. Zapneme si mikrofon. Tisková a informační důstojnice 40. výsadkového pluku kapitánka Simona Mužátko nás provede touto ukázkou a já se zeptám, když začne, vám říká, co říkal, určitě musíte našel, vy jste taky výsadkářka. A jaké to je, když vlastně skážete z toho letadla takhle volným pádem, ale jste přímo proti zemi?
Tak většina našich výsadkářů volným pádem neskáče a neskáče na plném otevření, to znamená, že vy vyskočíte z letadla, z vrtulníku a automaticky se otvírá padá. Takže takzvaně na
Well, now we're going to see another bit of military parachuting as our next item, this time from the Czech military. We saw one of their Airbus C295 twin turboprop transports getting airborne a little while ago. It's now heading back towards the airfield. And joining me at the commentary position to describe this display is Lieutenant Colonel Ivo Zelinka, Deputy Commander of the 43rd Airborne Regiment. Ivo, welcome to our English live coverage of NATO Days. Good to have you here.
Nice to be here.
So, Ivo, what can we expect to see in the next few minutes from the other members of your unit?
Okay. So bear in mind that the event will be quite short. It will be It will be just one aircraft, C-195. We will see 24 paratroopers jumping from the back door, and the exit altitude will be 400 meters. Do the math in feet. I am not able to do that. So they will descend for those 400 meters. They will unpack their weapons, equipment, and they will continue in their mission.
So, Ivo, tell us a little bit about the unit that you belong to.
So, 43rd Airborne Regiment is one of three major maneuver units of the Czech Army. It's the lightest. That's kind of self-explanatory. We are the main rapid reaction force of the Czech Army. So, if whatever happens and it's an unforeseen event, we are typically the first to respond, and then some heavier force will replace us and do the mission instead of us.
Have you been deployed on international commitments in recent years? I'm sure quite regularly.
Yes, I've been deployed 5 times, 3 times in Afghanistan, once in Kosovo, and once in Slovakia, quite recently. As we can already see, that's the airplane. In few seconds you will see the back door already opening. And the first one is out of the door. There will be 24 paratroopers in total. You can see the fully steerable parachutes OVP-12SL. The maximum forward speed is 3 meters per second, so it's not the same as ram canopy parachutes, but they are pretty steerable for their purpose. About halfway down, they will release. Yes, they are already releasing their rucksacks with equipment and, of course, their weapons. The purpose of this technique is to slow down the descent in the 5 last meters and to not hurt yourself. The whole descent is about 30 to 40 seconds, so it's kind of short. When they land, their mission is to immediately unpack their stuff, which is their rifle or a heavy weapon if they have it, and of course the rest of the equipment, hastily pack the parachute and move to the next assignment.
Thinking about the sort of training that you regularly perform, where do you do that in the Czech Republic?
We have 4 major military training areas, and for us paratroopers it's typically in the western part of the country. So military training area Hradiště in the northern Bohemia, and military training area Boletice in southern Bohemia. Of course, some special things we have to train elsewhere, like fighting built-up areas and so on. So we have shared facilities with police and so on.
And is the C-295 your primary jump platform now?
Yes, it is. We have 6 of them. You can stuff about 1 platoon plus to each one of them. And we are kind of satisfied with them. Of course, it is a light platform, so we are looking forward to get something in the medium size. I don't want to disclose what we are aiming for, but it will be one of these aircraft that are already being used by NATO countries.
Indeed so, and I'm sure you cooperate regularly with other NATO nations, similar forces, don't you?
Yes, especially Polish, which is the 6th Airborne Brigade, and the Americans from the 173rd Airborne Brigade. They are stationed mainly in Italy, but also in Bavaria.
Well, Ivo, it's been a pleasure to have you here, and a pleasure to see a really impressive drop from the other guys from your unit. A pleasure there. That was Lieutenant Colonel Ivo Zelinka from the 43rd Airborne Regiment of the Czech Army.
aby to bylo správně. Ono to je takové vysoké, a proto útok na postavení nepřítele a představí se nám 7. mechanizovaná brigáda armády České republiky pod ukázkou provede poručík Martin Kapusta z 72. mechanizovaného praporu Záslavice. A já mu ještě dobře dám slovo, protože to má určitě na úvodu, když ta ukázka vlastně začne, vysvětlí, o co vlastně půjde a na co se v rámci té ukázky můžeme těšit. Následující ukázku provedou příslušníci 72. mechanizovaného praporu generálního Měříka a příslušníci 73. klasového praporu Hanátového, včetně 4 příslušníků aktivních záloh 52. mechanizovaného praporu. Oba tyto prapory jsou pod řízeností 7. mechanizované brigády Mikalské. Jedná se o těžkou brigádu, která je hlavní bojovou silou armády České republiky. Zesílená mechanizovaná četa, která je pod řízeností roty, zjistila nepřátelské obranné postavení. Četu tvoří 3 vozidla PVP-2 a 2 tanky T-72 M4CZ.
Well, following on from that, a quick reminder of what we've got coming up in the next section of the programme. It's back to the ground displays now for an attack on the enemy's position by members of the Czech 7th Mechanised Brigade. Then we've got our aerobatic team action for the day with the Swiss Air Force Patrouille Suisse. It's followed by the Slovak Air Force's contribution with the UH-60M Black Hawk, the Airbus A400M of the German Luftwaffe, accompanied by a pair of Gripens in an air-to-air refuelling demonstration, the Solo A400M, the BVP-2 infantry fighting vehicle in the final land slot, and then the Welcome to NATO flypast to close the show. But now I see activity in the ground demonstration area, and Captain Martina Stepankova is with me to describe what you're about to see.
Well, hello dear viewers. The following is a dynamic display of the ground forces of the Czech Armed Forces. The demonstration will be performed by members of the 72nd Mechanized Battalion and members of the 73rd Tank Battalion. The home base of both units is in Čáslavice. The battalions are under the command of the 7th Mechanized Brigade, which is a heavy brigade, the main combat unit of the Czech Army. The 72nd Mechanized Battalion is intended to provide ground battle actions by means of fire and movement within the structure of the Mechanized Brigade. It is characterized by great firepower, maneuverability, and resistance. It can swiftly move into areas of interest, defend vital areas, and decisive terrain, and provide highly resistant, flexible and active defense, as well as resolute attack. 72nd Mechanized Battalion can be deployed within the Allied Task Force, within the Mechanized Brigade, or on its own. Well, now to our display. The strengthened mechanized platoon, which is under the company's command, recognized the enemy squad's defensive position while developing success in the enemy's depth. The platoon consists of 3 BMP-2 vehicles and 2 T-72 M4CZ tanks. The enemy defensive position consists of BMP-2 vehicles. The BMP-2 is an armored tracked combat vehicle with high maneuverability. With its firepower, armor protection, battlefield protection in conditions of use of weapons of mass destruction, ability to overcome water obstacles, and transport capabilities, it still meets the requirements for inclusion in the mechanized units The platoon commander reported to his superior the discovery of the enemy and was ordered to destroy this command post. After pre-combat preparations, which include issuing the combat order, preparing men and material, and familiarizing subordinates with the task, the unit concentrates on the initial area. At the given signal, the unit moves out to accomplish the task in the given formation. You can see the tanks take up a firing position from which they attempt to silence the enemy while trying to get their attention to create conditions for a flanking maneuver by 3 squads on BMP-2 vehicles. Set out to attack, and a given line they move into forward battle formation. At a given distance, the squads move into a battle formation and a swarm dismount occurs. The BMP, in coordination with the infantry element, destroys and transitions the enemy defense position. During this maneuver, synergy with the tanks is also important, as they must divert fire on a given signal to avoid firing into their own lines. The modernized T-72 M4CZ battle tank is a combat armored, truck armored vehicle with high maneuverability in the field. It belongs to the category of military truck combat vehicles. The T-72 is designed to destroy other tanks and armored targets, or even leave enemy forces and against low-flying targets. It is armed with a 125mm smooth-bore gun, stabilized in 2 guidance planes with a rate of fire of up to 8 rounds per minute, and an automatic reloading device. It is also armed with a 7.62mm machine gun coupled to the cannon and a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. It is also possible to use the 7.62mm machine gun with original ammunition and NATO ammunition. The tank is equipped with a device protecting the 3-man crew and the vehicle's internal equipment against pressure wave, radiation, and chemical agents. The tank has a device for crossing watercourses by driving underwater, a fogging device to create smoke screens for camouflage, and a fire extinguishing device to extinguish fires inside the vehicle. The T-72 M4CZ tank is a comprehensive upgrade of the T-72 tank to a level comparable to the 3rd generation tanks. When a mechanized platoon is deployed in line, we can see enemy infantry dismounting. One enemy BMP was destroyed by a tank. At the same time, a dismounted enemy swarm was destroyed by machine gun fire. The enemy squad managed to hit one BMP-2 while defending. The vehicle became immobile and will have to be fixed with the help of recovery equipment later. The reinforced mechanized platoon continues to advance. 2 soldiers were wounded during the round to the enemy defensive position. In the first phase, if the wound permits, the soldiers are self-medicating according to tactical combat casualty care principles. Which means, basically self-help is to put on tourniquet to stop massive bleeding and find suitable cover and concealment if possible. After gaining fire superiority and controlling the area, wounded soldier will be attended to by combat lifesaver, who are able to provide the wounded soldier with basic medical assistance in the field. The mechanized platoon advances forward and destroys the enemy vehicles. It leaves its original position and begins to retreat. The mechanized platoon then gives chase and destroys the enemy's BMP.
Po dosazení objektů seče bude provedeno zajištění 360 stupňů, kdy se bojová vozidla přesunou do pozic, které jim poskytlo palebné podmínky celého prostoru. Bude provedena kontrola při zničení nepřátelských sil a část jednotky bude vyčleněna k provedání vozidel a převodu vozidel materiálu.
Upon reaching the object of the interest, a 360-degree hedge will be executed with combat vehicles and tanks moving into positions that will provide them with fire coverage of the entire area. An inspection of all destroyed enemy forces will be carried out, and part of the unit will be allocated to search vehicles and collect important materials like maps or documents. Now we can see combat lifesavers who are coming to observe the situation with the wounded soldier and provide him the first aid. The platoon leader receives reports from individual squads on the status of the unit, ammunition status, casualty counts, and material damage. The platoon leader reports to the superior on the accomplishment of the mission and the status of the unit. The platoon leader will then request removal of damaged equipment and wounded soldier. The recovery vehicle from 72nd Mechanized Battalion will be used to help to fix the broken equipment. The recovery vehicle was developed in the 1980s in the Research and Development Institute in Martin in the Slovak Republic. It is a special amphibious armored vehicle built on a modified BMP chassis characterized by high maneuverability and good ground clearance. The trucked recovery vehicle is designed for recovery and removal of damaged or trapped armored vehicles up to 15,000 kilograms, usually mechanized units. Thanks to the technical equipment of the vehicle, the crew is able to provide assistance in carrying out repairs of armored vehicles in field conditions using the vehicle's multi-purpose equipment. The vehicle also enables recovery of sunken, overturned equipment, evacuation of damaged equipment, technical assistance, preparatory work, and routine repairs in field conditions. For the removal of the wounded soldiers is sent armored medical vehicle, which is also in the structure of the 72nd Mechanized Battalion.
Poté, co si raněné vojáky předal zdravotnický personál, se vojáci vrací na svá původní místa a znovu mají druhou obranu.
The armored medical vehicle is a special amphibious tracked armored vehicle modified and equipped to carry out medical reconnaissance, search for the wounded, provide first aid, and ensure their transport to places of concentration.
Se podařilo opravit na místě a již je plně bojeschopné. Po dokončení všech činností objektů steče
When the objective of the attack is captured and occupied and all activities on it, such as searching in or harnessing a non-mobile BMP, are completed, the withdrawal to the initial position takes place. To expedite the removal, the platoon leader issues a movement order in which he determines the direction of removal, assembly, speed, and spacing of vehicles. Here, the platoon leader decides to move out in formation.
Během veškerých cestů vojáků musí neustále docházet vzájemnému dění.
Once the initial position is reached, nothing ends for the troops. There is a final reorganization and consolidation of the unit and the preparation of material and equipment for the next mission. This is the end of the dynamic displays presented by soldiers of 72nd Mechanized Battalion and 73rd Tank Battalion from Čáslavice.
Captain Martina Stepankova there. talking us through the action in the latest of our ground displays. The attack on the enemy's position by representatives of the Czech 7th Mechanized Brigade. Martina will be back with us for the penultimate item on the programme, the demonstration of the BVP-2 Light Combat Amphibious Tracked Vehicle. Hello and welcome if you've just joined us here on our English language stream live from Ostrava Airport in the Czech Republic of NATO Days and the Czech Air Force Days 2022. An air show like no other, thanks in no small part to the significant amount of ground activity like we've just seen in the exercise area just in front of us, which is becoming, as we knew would happen, increasingly churned up. At least we haven't had any further rain at the moment to add to the extremely muddy conditions out there. Hope you're having a good Saturday afternoon while watching us here at Ostrava and watching one of Europe's most diverse and in many ways unusual air events. Very much a pan-NATO occasion, as the name suggests, but also with significant contributions from NATO partner countries, and one of those contributions is now on your screens, taxiing out the Swiss Air Force aerobatic team, the Patrouille Suisse, with their F-5 Tigers. Meantime, we see one final run round the ground exercise area by the armoured elements of the 7th Mechanized Brigade of the Czech Army. Taking the salute as they come past. Really isn't often that at any form of event, let alone what is in many ways primarily an aviation event, that you get the chance to see such firepower at such close quarters and giving such a potent demonstration of their capabilities. Meantime, those 6 very familiar Northrop F-5E Tiger IIs of the Swiss Air Force taking their place on Ostrava Airport's main runway. This regrettably the only national aerobatic team on the programme this weekend. We had the late withdrawal of the Croatian Air Force Krila Oluja, the Wings of Storm, with their Pilatus PC-9Ms, due, I believe, to a lack of available support transport aircraft capability, which they require on deployments away from home. So sorry not to be able to bring them to you this afternoon, but of course operational factors will always intervene in the air display world. We very much look forward to having them back at NATO Days in the future. But now it's time to hand you over to the commentator for the Patrouille Suisse, Captain Yannick Varlet.
Dear guests, dear fans, on behalf of the Swiss Army and the command unit of the Swiss Air Force, I would like to warmly welcome you here in Ostrava at the NATO Days for a breathtaking air show of the Patrouille Suisse. My name is Yannick Varlet and it's my pleasure to guide you through our display, which will begin in a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, the Swiss national anthem. Our 6 professional military pilots under the direction of Patrioy Swiss Commander Lieutenant Colonel Niels Hammerly will present to you the highest level of aeronautical precision at speed of almost 1,000 kilometers per hour and the unique teamwork. Pure Swissness high in the air above Ostrava. Please give a warm welcome to the Patrioy Swiss. Now the Patrioy Swiss presents the formation Swan with a subsequent change to the formation Delta. The pilots are led in the air by our leader Tiger Uno, Major Michael Duff with a call sign Püppi. Just behind the leader, Tiger Due flying on the right and Tre on the left. Tiger Due is Captain Serim Vetli, also known as Salim, and Tiger Tre is Captain David Pereira, alias Pepe. At the speed of around 600 km per hour, the team returns in formation Eiger. Our next figure, the Hosenluft, an extremely demanding formation. Flying straight lines without a reference point requires the utmost concentration. In the Hosenluft, 5 aircraft fly in a line in the front and Tiger Quattro in the back. Captain Claudius Meyer, alias Mac. The name Hosenluft is originally the word for Swiss wrestling, a unique Helvetic style wrestling. Now the change into formation Superbox. Our first soloist, Tiger Sexy, Major Martin Scher, also known as JD, opens up his display with a split. Coming from the southeast, respectively from the left side, the main formation in landing configuration, and at the speed of about 400 kilometers per hour to form the figure tunnel. From northwest or your right side, our soloist Tiger Sexy accelerates to over 900 kilometers per hour and heads straight for the main group. The soloist aims straight at the center of the formation and shoots through the tunnel.
In order to regain speed after landing configuration, the main formation performs an acceleration circle in the formation arrow. And now it follows a clockwise rotating barrel roll. From the right side, the four-sided roll of our soloist JD. Speed around 750 kilometers per hour. The main group for the flirt coming from your front right. Bigfoot rolls around the exhaust jets of the speed of around 600 kilometers per hour and just 20 meters away from the aircrafts in front. Our second soloist, Major Lucas Nannini, also known as Bigfoot, separates from the main group and comes in for a slow flyby. Look out for JD coming from behind for an overtaking maneuver, in which we get to appreciate the speed difference. Now for another highlight of our show. Straight ahead, the team prepares for a split. The main group separates into two packages of two. From the left comes the two-ship formation led by Pepe, followed by Mac. And from the right comes Puppy with Salim for another spectacular crossing. From the right, the two soloists. The mirror is flown at around 400 knots, which is around 750 kilometers per hour. The big challenge with this maneuver is maintaining a horizontal flight path, especially when flying upside down as Tiger Sexy. From the front right side, the main group will now present you the formation canard. Now the change into formation diamond takes place. The two soloists now coming from straight ahead to perform a spectacular separation with a so-called derry turn. From the right behind them come the pilots of the main group in the exceptional tight formation Shadow. Then from the left Tiger Sexy and from the right Tiger Cinque for another breathtaking crossroads. They now perform a circle for another intersection. It goes straight on, blow after blow, another crossing right in front of your eyes, where both of them roll away from each other at the speed of around 750 kilometers per hour. The main group presenting to you the Bleagles maneuver in the diamond formation from the front left. This is a slightly twisted right spin barrel roll to appear in front of the audience. To round it off, a left turning barrel roll will follow. From the right behind them comes our soloist Tiger Sexy with a landing gear extended and flies a so-called gear down roll. The main formation, now back to 5 again, coming from the front right, flying a circle in the formation arrow. All Patrouille Swiss pilots are trained operational fighter pilots who come from one of the 3 main squadrons of the Swiss Air Force and are stationed in Bayern or Meiringen. A new formation, the wall, follows with 5 planes flying in a line next to each other. This is now followed by a change to the formation Tango and afterwards into Manta. The last highlights is upon us. We now say Bella Ciao to Tiger Sexy, who flies from left to right to say goodbye. With the upcoming grand final, the whole Patrouille Swiss team would like to thank you very much. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and even on TikTok, or download the free Patrouille Swiss smartphone app today. This way you will receive the latest information about our flying season in Switzerland and abroad. And now our grand final in the skies over Ostrava. It's an honor to fly for you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye, guys.
Captain Yannick Valle there, commentator for the Swiss Air Force, Patrouille Suisse, giving us, as always, a very high-quality presentation. Of course, it's going to take a few moments to bring the 6 F5Es back into land here. And after that, we'll be moving ahead with the remaining few items on the programme. There may possibly be a slight interlude once we have done so. Looking at the flying display timings as they stand. I know we've also got a couple of departures between the Patrouille Suisse landing and the next display item. We'll be getting the Luftwaffe Airbus A400M into the air. That to go and form up with a pair of Czech Air Force Gripens for their air-to-air refueling demonstration. And I think we've also got a couple of VIP aircraft departures in that slot as well. But the flying continuing through until just before 5:10 as the schedule stands, local time, concluding with a formation fly past, another of the unique combinations that we see in the skies at NATO Days. A symbolic welcome to Finland and Sweden on the occasion of this first NATO Days since the news that they intend to join the North Atlantic Treaty Organisation, to which end we'll see the Finnish Air Force FA-18C Hornet and Saab's JAS-39E Gripen flying in formation with aircraft from two existing NATO members. Here come the Patrouille Suisse, their break to land. Yes, from two existing NATO members, the Hungarian Air Force with one of their Gripens and one of the Belgian F-16. So a four-ship jet formation to conclude the flying display, taking us up to about 5:10. As you can see, we've got a really big crowd here at NATO Days today. That's the view of just some of them, lined up along the barriers adjacent to the area where the ground action has been taking place today. We still have some more of that before the show comes to a close as well. As the Patrouille Suisse roll out, I can see one of those VIP departures, one of the aircraft involved in those VIP departures, I should say, taxiing out on the far side of the airfield. A Beech C-12 from the US Embassy flight in Prague, which is going to be heading back to the Czech capital shortly. The C-12 then taking the runway. In fact, this belonging to the US Embassy flight in Budapest, but I believe heading back to Prague on this occasion. One of a number of Beech C-12s assigned to flights connected to US embassies in different parts of the world. Apart from that, in Budapest, there's units also located in Abidjan, Accra, Ankara, Bangkok, Brasilia, Cairo, Nuuk'an and Jakarta. And another rare VIP aircraft also taxiing out from the far side of the airfield. A Gulfstream 5 of the Hellenic Air Force. Just being held while Beech Baron departs ahead of it. We've also got the A400M lined up at the other end of the runway. The A400M then next to roll. We'll see that back here in fairly short order. And as it did when it got airborne earlier, the A400M being brought round for a flypast down the display line before heading out to hold. And the Greek Gulfstream 5 then being cleared onto the runway. Having brought in a VIP delegation to the event yesterday evening. Two of the event's partners there, represented in the footage we've just seen. NATO, of course, and Saab with the Gripen. Next on display, a helicopter from the Czech Republic's near neighbour Slovakia. And another representation of how Russian-built equipment is being sidelined in favour of Western-manufactured machines. This, unquestionably, one of the most successful and revered battlefield helicopters in history. One that started life as a successor to the Bell UH-1, the Huey. The concept here being to make this helicopter transportable as a cargo hold load in a Lockheed C-130 Hercules transport aircraft, building in very high survivability with room for 11 fully equipped troops in the cabin and able to carry a 4-ton underslung load. This is one of the newest incarnations of the design that resulted from the first helicopter squadron of the Slovak Air Force, the Sikorsky UH-60M Black Hawk. Sikorsky's design to meet that requirement on the part of the US Army was selected for production in 1976 against a rival offering from Boeing Vertol. Deliveries of the first UH-60As began to the US Army in late 1978. The following year, they were assigned to units that were part of the famed 101st Airborne Division. As soon as it went into combat, it proved its worth. That happened during the United States invasion of Grenada in 1983. They were then used during Operation Just Cause, the invasion of Panama in 1989. Hundreds of them were deployed to the Gulf following Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait in 1990. Early the following year, they were used for mass airborne assaults in the ground phase of Operation Desert Storm. Wherever American ground forces have been deployed over the past 30 years, Black Hawks have been there. One thinks of Somalia, especially during the Battle of Mogadishu, the conflicts in the Balkans, in Afghanistan, and once again in Iraq. Plus, they've always been stationed in very large numbers with US Army units in Germany. There are many different versions, the most famous perhaps the stealth adaptation that was used in 2011's capture of Osama bin Laden. H-60s have been adapted for US Air Force Combat Search and Rescue and Special Operations Force users. The VH-60 model is on strength with the US Marine Corps, notably, as part of the Presidential Transport Fleet, one of the types that can act as Marine One when the President's on board. It's been developed into the SH-60 Seahawk maritime helicopter, the MH-60T Jayhawk rescue helicopter for the US Coast Guard, and many, many more. This, as I said, a UH-60M model. That's a major update with more efficient rotor blades, new avionics, and more powerful versions of the General Electric T701 turboshaft engine. First deliveries began in 2006. The Black Hawk, apart from the large numbers stationed in Germany with the US Army, comparatively uncommon in Europe as far as operating nations are concerned. Battlefield UH-60s and Sikorsky S-70s, that being a very close relation, are flown by Austria, Croatia, Sweden and Turkey, as well as here Slovakia. And with the Slovak Air Force, a total of 9 are in service, replacing their fleet of MIL Mi-17s. The sale was confirmed by the US State Department in February 2015. All 9 Black Hawks have been delivered to Slovakia by the end of 2019. They then, last year, signed a deal for 2 more, all in the name of Slovakia, ending its reliance on Russian-built equipment. It was mentioned earlier on in commentary that the MiG-29, the mainstay of Slovakia's fighter fleet, ever since the Czech Republic and Slovakia separated at the turn of 1992-93, is being retired. In the UH-60M, they really have procured a quite outstanding helicopter. They play many roles in Slovakia. They can support civil authorities in firefighting tasks or providing relief in the event of natural disasters occurring, all alongside the regular military transport activities. And apart from the 9 in service so far, the 9 UH-60Ms, such as this, 4 older UH-60A models are based at Kozice for training with the Slovak Training Academy, which is operated by commercial contractor European Air Services. The operational Black Hawk fleet with the 1st Helicopter Squadron is stationed at Prešov. The national markings are quite hard to make out on the footage, despite the excellent efforts of our camera operators, but I can assure you they are there. They're just very, very low visibility. Slovakia, an increasing contributor to NATO operations. The Slovak army has joined NATO's enhanced forward presence in Latvia, and alongside other NATO countries, it's heavily engaged at the moment, strengthening the 4 defences and battle groups deployed along the eastern flank of the NATO alliance. In that context, indeed, the contributions made to NATO Days in the Static Park by 2 of the Baltic states, namely Latvia with a quite magnificent Antonov An-2 biplane, and Lithuania with an AS-365 Dauphin helicopter, are very, very welcome indeed. The UH-60M Black Hawk, then, of the Slovak Air Force, going in to land on the far side of the airport. Now we're preparing for another of the unique formations at NATO Days 2022, and for the last time today, Czech Air Force Gripen pilot Captain Aleš Svoboda joins me to describe the formation that we are about to see. Aleš, welcome. 2 of your colleagues about to appear in the skies over Ostrava from the 211th Tactical Squadron.
Hi Ben, glad to be here again.
Yes, great to see you. They are taking time out from QRA and their other activities to join us with a pair of JAS-39C Gripens.
Yes, exactly. It's a pair of Gripens out of the quick reaction alert system that is basically holding 24-hour and 7 days a week readiness for a 15-minute scramble. And this mission they are participating in is basically what you call a tango scramble or training flight. And they are about to be here in any minute in a formation with the A400M Atlas tank aircraft of the German Luftwaffe.
Now, this isn't something we very often see, an air-to-air refueling demonstration with an A400M. Is this something the Czech Air Force practices regularly?
This is something that the Czech Air Force practices. I'm not sure about the regularity because the training opportunities of the air-to-air refueling are quite rare for us, as we don't have our own tanker capability. So we have to rely on our partners in NATO. But it is a very important capability because, especially in the fighter business, where the fighters are quite fuel limited, if you need to go places, especially if you need to go somewhere offensively, the distances are usually quite large, and you need to refuel, usually pre-strike, sometimes even post-strike. So the capability to do air-to-air refueling is a vital part of modern air warfare.
Have you yourself ever refueled from an A400M?
Not from the A400, because it's actually been just certified to give fuel to the Gripen aircraft. I've personally refueled from the KC-135 Strato tanker.
Yes.
And it is an American aircraft, basically based on the Boeing 707. It's a rather old aircraft, but it is based in the United Kingdom at RF Mildenhall, I believe, and at many other bases all around the world. So we had a number of opportunities to ask our U.S. Air Forces and Europe partners to provide some air-to-air refueling training for us from the KC-135.
Now, of course, with the KC-135, you would presumably be refueling from the boom, wouldn't you?
Well, actually, it depends. The KC-135 is capable of dual-type refueling. It can either use the boom system or what we call the probe and rogue. It can have the so-called MPRS pods attached underneath the wings, and it can reel basically a basket on a large hose or on a long hose to enable the probe and rogue type of air-to-air refueling.
I mention this because, of course, we're going to see probe and drogue in action here with the A400M.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be just a simulation because there's not going to be a connection itself. There's not going to be any fuel flowing, actually, but we will see the Gripens in a fairly close formation with the basket that is used for the air-to-air refueling in the probe and rogue system.
The refueling capability of the A400M, something that was built into the design from the start, and it's able to refuel everything from helicopters to other large aircraft, so other A400Ms, for example, or fighters like the Gripen, which we're going to see, because it has a pretty broad speed range in the AAR configuration.
Yes, it's definitely an advantage of the A400. The refueling process itself is a little bit complicated with the Gripen because the probe that is used for transferring the fuel from the hose and from the tanker aircraft is actually located on the left side and a little bit behind the pilot. So it's actually out of your field of view, and it makes it a little bit more challenging technically. So the pilot has to use other references and not just the position of the basket relative to the probe, but the pilot has to look at the position of his or her own aircraft in relation to the tanker aircraft itself, to the pods, to the hose, and use some markings on the hose and some other visual references to basically make sure that he or she is in the correct position to ensure a good contact with the probe to the basket.
Let's talk a moment about the Czech Gripens. How many do you have on strength with your squadron at Čáslav?
We actually have 14 aircraft. Out of those 14 aircraft, 12 are in the single-seat version, the C model, and 2 are in the two-seat D version.
And will we see any armament on the aircraft that are going to be flying past today, do you think?
Yeah, sure. It's because it's a QRA mission.
Indeed.
And our standard loadout here in the Czech Republic at the moment is 2 short-range infrared-guided missiles. Of course, the onboard 27mm Mauser gun, flares, which are IR countermeasures, and a single drop tank to increase the endurance and range of the aircraft.
How many opportunities for live firing of one type or another do you get in the Gripen force?
Well, it depends if it is air-to-ground shooting or air-to-air. we tend to do the air-to-ground gunnery quite often, as we have our own shooting ranges in the Czech Republic. Actually, we have two or three of them. But regarding the air-to-air shooting, these opportunities are quite rare, because you definitely don't want to be shooting over populated areas.
No.
So we used to go to the north of Sweden, to the Vidsel, test and firing range, where we fire sidewinders and shoot the gun on basically on a drone.
So now running in over the tree line from our perspective, from Lufttransportgeschwader 62 of the German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, the Airbus A400M, and from the 211th Tactical Squadron of the Czech Air Force, the two Saab Jas-39C Gripens.
So you can see a pair of Gripens in a so-called pre-contact position relative to the tanker. The aircraft are located approximately 10 meters away from the basket. And from this position, the pilots have to close on with the basket, make a good contact, and then the probe, the locking mechanism is engaged, and flow of fuel is enabled from the tanker aircraft to the refueling fighters, to the receiving aircraft. The A400 can refuel both aircraft at the same time. Sometimes it is very difficult to perform this kind of operation, especially if the weather is marginal. So it is even more so difficult if the tanker is going in and out of clouds. So you have to maintain visual references not only in relation to the tanker, but also overall in the three-dimensional space, which is sometimes quite difficult in difficult weather environment.
What sort of speed, roughly, would be the compatible speed for the A400M and the Gripen?
Well, not sure exactly about the A400, but usually speeds are around 300 knots. For example, the KC-135 is a little bit faster. Other tankers, such as the KC-130, which is basically a C-130 Hercules-based aircraft, is a bit slower. It's like 260 to 280. But it's still in a range of speeds which is quite okay for maneuvering, little fighters like the Gripen.
So coming past us once more then.
Usually the tanker aircraft is flying some sort of racetrack pattern when it is flying roughly 20 or even 50 miles straight, and then it performs a 180 degrees turn, and then it has another 20 or even 50 mile straight leg, and keeps doing that over and over. It is possible to make a contact on the basket, not only in straight level flight, but also in the turn.
Well, Aleš, thank you very much to your squadron colleagues for contributing that refueling demonstration, and thanks to you for joining us today. It's been great having you.
Yeah, I'll extend your greetings. It's been a great pleasure for me. So have a nice evening today in Ostrava and a good weather tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Aleš. And so, with the two Gripens departing to Čáslav, we're going to see a rare solo demonstration by the German Luftwaffe and the crew from Lufttransportgeschwader 62 with the A400M. That unit stationed at Wunstorf, and the crew headed by the pilot for this display, Hauptmann Christopher Demel. As things stand, current A400M orders stand at 178 aircraft, of which Germany is getting the most, with current deals covering 53. 50 are going to France, 27 to Spain, 22 for the UK. And with the Royal Air Force, it's of course named the Atlas C1. Turkey's getting 10, and then there are 7 for Belgium, 4 for Malaysia, 2 for Indonesia, 2 for Kazakhstan, and 1 for Luxembourg, which is operated by the Belgians. The first deliveries of production A400Ms took place to the French Air Force in 2013. The first one for the Luftwaffe was handed over in December 2014. The fleet is still being built up to full strength. 38 of the 53 aircraft for the Luftwaffe had been delivered as of the end of last month. But nonetheless, the Air Force was still able to completely retire the Transall C-160, its illustrious predecessor, at the end of last year. The whole A400M fleet is based at Wunstorf with Lufttransportgeschwader, or Air Transport Wing 62. And 10 of the fleet of A400Ms are to be integrated into a multinational air transport alliance, which I believe is now scheduled to be kept at Wunstorf with the rest of the fleet. This wing is under the overall operational control of European Air Transport Command. That's a body that coordinates military transport and air-to-air refuelling assets of 7 EU member states, apart from Germany, also Belgium, France, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands and Spain. Germany used the A400M in an operational theatre for the first time in 2018, when an A400M airlifted troops from its base at Wunstorf to Mazar-i-Sharif in Afghanistan. And it's very suitable. We should have seen this aircraft in refuelling mode with the 2 Gripens just now, because Germany was the first A400M user to declare the type operational in the air-to-air refuelling role, and it did so in 2019. That capability was used first to support Luftwaffe sorties and other air arms sorties, indeed, against the so-called Islamic State, or Daesh, basing out of Jordan. More recently, the Luftwaffe A400Ms have refueled multinational assets engaged in patrols relating to the enhanced air policing commitments that NATO has been undertaking following the start of the conflict in Ukraine. And on the subject of fuel, the Luftwaffe has been carrying out trials this year of an A400M flying on 50% sustainable aviation fuel. The aim is to fly these aircraft on 100% sustainable fuel when such fuels become available. And we're given a bit of a taste in this display of the agility of the A400M. Fly-by-wire controls providing for a very wide flight envelope with a limit of 120 degrees in roll. We've seen that demonstrated on several occasions by Airbus test pilots displaying the A400M. No limits in pitch and roll rates of up to 35 degrees per second. And of course, all of that comes in very handy in the tactical airlift environment in particular. But this aircraft equally well suited in the tactical as in the strategic roles, and a very broad range of cargoes can be carried. Operational loads could include, for example, 1 Cougar or Super Puma helicopter or an NH-90 like the one we saw earlier. It could take 2 Lynx, Apache or Tiger helicopters, 3 M113 armoured vehicles, 3 Land Rovers with trailers and so forth. And in another illustration of multinational collaboration between different NATO countries optimizing their capabilities. The Luftwaffe A400M fleet is now being augmented by C-130J Hercules of a Franco-German airlift unit stationed at Évreux in France. Now we see the A400M at the slow with the Rio loading ramp down. Bringing the aircraft down to below 200 knots indicated. Again, the airdrop capabilities of the A400M being expanded still all the time as the aircraft matures, with ever larger loads, both of cargo and parachutists, being deployed from the rear ramp, in the case of parachutists from the side doors. And accelerating there into a zoom climb. And as the undercarriage comes down, the final act of this display will be a short field landing. In fact, before we bring the A400M into land, as you can now see on your screen, we're backtracking a Czech Air Force C295 prior to its departure. The C295, hailing from the 242nd Transport Squadron of the Czech Air Force, stationed at Kabeli Airfield in Prague. And if you were with us earlier and watching the opening ceremony part of the event just after 11 o'clock, you may remember that the Czech Euro-Atlantic Council ribbon was officially handed over to the representatives we have here of the 24th Transport Air Base at Kabeli in honour of their long-standing support of NATO Days, and that's been typified today with C295s coming and going, providing support not least for parachuting in the display. And there's the A400M coming in. Hauptmann Christopher Demel flying the demonstration for us today. And when we've got the A400M off the runway, I expect pretty soon to see the 4 fighters on the move that are going to be forming up for the special formation finale of today's display, before which we have one more act on the ground with the BVP-2 infantry fighting vehicle from the Czech Army's 7th Mechanized Brigade, which will be going through its paces. Okay, well, that final bit of ground activity is now underway, and joining me to provide commentary on it once again from the Czech Armed Forces is Captain Martina Stepankova.
Following is a dynamic display of the 72nd Mechanized Battalion from Čáslavice. We will demonstrate now the on-road performance of Infantry Armored Fighting Vehicle BMP-2. The BMP-2 is a tracked infantry armored fighting vehicle based on the BMP-1. It is designed to enhance mobility, firepower and protection of mounted infantrymen on the battlefield under nuclear, biological and chemical attack. The BMP-2 is fitted with a 2-man turret armed with a stabilized 30mm Cannon 2A42 and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun mounted to the left on the main armament with 2,000 rounds. A bank of 3 smoke grenade dischargers is mounted on each side of the turret. The BMP-2 is also able to create a smoke screen by injecting diesel fuel into the exhaust outlet on the right side of the hull. Mounted on the turret roof between the gunner's and commander's hatches is a launcher for anti-tank guided missile, which has a maximum range of 4,000 meters. The 2A-42 two-axis stabilized automatic cannon, the 7.62 mm coaxial machine gun, and the anti-tank guided weapon launcher enable the crew to hit different targets, including tanks and combat helicopters. The BMP-2 is able to attack air and ground targets while the vehicle is moving or stationary. The turret can rotate on 360 degrees, with elevation from +75 to -5 degrees. The gunner can select single shots or one of 2 automatic rates of fire, low at 200 to 300 rounds per minute, high at 500 rounds per minute. The roof-mounted anti-tank guided missile launcher can be traversed through a full 360 degrees with elevation from -5 to +15 degrees. The BMP-2 is able to reach a maximum road speed of 65 km per hour with a maximum road range of 600 kilometers. The BMP-2 can climb a side slope of 35%, cross a trench of 2.5 meters, and a vertical obstacle of 0.7 meters. This vehicle is fully amphibious and propelled in the water by its tracks at a maximum speed of 7 km per hour. Now something to design and protection. The commander and the gunner are positioned in the turret. The troop compartment is located in the rear of the hull between the port and starboard sides. The troop compartment has 6 seats for the mounted personnel, 3 seats in each section. All seats are equipped with observation instruments and have gun ports nearby through which the mounted personnel can fire with machine guns or individual assault rifles. The infantrymen enter and leave the vehicle through 2 doors in the rear of the hull. Each door has an observation device and 1 gun port to fire with individual assault rifles. The hull and the turret are made in all-welded steel, which provides protection on the front side of the vehicle against 23 mm armor-piercing rounds fired from a distance of 500 meters, and the side of the vehicle against 7.62 mm armor-piercing bullets fired from a distance of 65 meters. The BMP-2 can be also fitted with add-on armor to increase protection against ballistic and mine threats. The 72nd Mechanized Battalion is intended to provide ground battle actions by means of fire and movement within the structure of the mechanized brigade. It is characterized by great firepower, maneuverability, and resistance. It can swiftly move into areas of interest, defend vital areas and decisive terrain, and provide highly resistant, flexible and active defense as well as resolute attack. 72nd Mechanized Battalion can be deployed within the Allied Task Force, within the Mechanized Brigade, or on its own. The soldiers of this unit have been several times deployed abroad and have experience from a mission in Afghanistan, Mali, and Lithuania.
Captain Martina Stepankova there, describing the display going on in front of us, involving elements of the Czech Army 7th Mechanized Brigade using the BVP-2 infantry fighting vehicle. But now the 4 jets taking part in our finale are getting airborne to go and form up for a very special, very meaningful flypast. In the wake of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was much debate in both Finland and Sweden about the possibility of both countries joining the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Those debates led on the 18th of May this year to both of those countries handing over their official letters of application to become full members of the alliance to the NATO Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg. Subsequently, at the NATO Heads of State and Government Madrid Summit on the 29th of June this year, those heads of state and government extended a formal invitation to Finland and Sweden to become members of the alliance. And following on from that, on the 5th of July, accession protocols for both nations were signed on completion of the necessary talks. Those protocols are now in the process of being ratified by all NATO allies, most recent to do so being Greece on the 15th of September, so this past week. As soon as both Finland and Sweden join NATO, they will also become full members of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, as well as being integrated into all of the alliance's military systems. Among the 4 aircraft that we saw getting airborne there, representing Finland, the Finnish Air Force Boeing FA-18C Hornet. And representing Sweden, Saab's brand new Gripen E. Joining them, we have representatives of 2 other current NATO members. One of them, appropriately, is Belgium, with the F-16A MLU Fighting Falcon of the Belgian Air Component. Belgium is one of the founding members of the NATO alliance from 1949. Since 1967, it has, of course, hosted NATO headquarters in Brussels. And the 4th aircraft is a Hungarian Air Force Jas-39C model of the Gripen. Hungary, along with Poland and the Czech Republic, having been among the first 3 former Warsaw Pact states to join NATO when the alliance was expanded in 1999. It's for that reason that this formation has such meaning. The 4 jets getting together, and we'll see them shortly running through in formation. This being an extremely significant year, one of many in the history of NATO. In case you missed me saying it earlier, every year that NATO Days takes place, the event has a particular partner nation whose activities are highlighted in the air and ground displays, if possible. This year, it's not a particular nation, but the whole NATO alliance that's the partner of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2022. And here they come in 2 pairs. Welcome to NATO, Finland and Sweden. The first pair, the Hungarian Gripen and the Belgian F-16. The second pair, the Saab Gripen E and the Finnish FA-18C Hornet. And that provides the finale to the flying display on day one of NATO Days and Czech Air Force Days 2022 here at Ostrava. A day full of symbolism, and it's still not over, because as you can see on your screens, following that initial fly past in two pairs, the expected four-ship is now getting together. What more suitable way could there be to bring this show to a close? One that both in the air and on the ground has showcased the capabilities of NATO like possibly no other event, especially with the extent of the ground activities that we're able to bring you here. We've had aircraft that have been in NATO service for many years. We're also showcasing types like one of them in this formation, the Gripen E, which will be cornerstones of the Alliance's capabilities in times to come. Likewise, in the static display, the Embraer KC-390, another aircraft that, through its acquisition by the Hungarian Air Force, will also be joining NATO's roster of capabilities. And here comes that formation of the Gripen C and E, the F-16 and the FA-18C, now as a foursome. A combination depicting so well changing times within NATO as Finland and Sweden prepare to join the alliance, and as the older model F-16s, like that of the Belgian air component in this formation, gradually prepare to be phased out. Through it all, the potency of the alliance remains a constant, just as it has since its formation in 1949. It's been an incredibly full day of activities here, and of course we'll be back tomorrow to do it all over again. A slightly different program tomorrow if you're rejoining us then. But still one packed full of highlights. And one lasting in excess of 8 hours, beginning around 9 AM, finishing just after 5. And here comes the welcome to NATO formation in over the airfield for their break to land. And with that final act of the day now coming to a close, a few thank yous to those involved in our live stream of NATO Days from Ostrava. Thanks to the team from PlanesTV in association with which organisation the live stream is being put on by the organisers. My thanks to my two main co-commentators today, to Captain Aleś Svoboda and to Dalibor Cibulka. And a particular thank you to Martina Barankova, without whom today would not have gone anywhere near so smoothly. Martina joining us here from the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and providing support to the live stream in all sorts of ways, organising the guest commentators and the English language scripts, particularly for the ground activities. Thank you very much indeed to her and to the whole team here at NATO Days for their hospitality. The Finnish Air Force FA-18C Hornet then coming in to land the last landing of our flying programme today. And as it touches down, thank you above all to all of you who've watched and I'm sure much enjoyed our live stream from day one of NATO Days 2022. Hopefully you'll be able to rejoin us tomorrow at 0800 British Summer Time 0900 Central European summertime for our second day of English language live broadcasting from this great event. From me, Ben Dunnell, it's been a pleasure to talk to you today. I look forward to doing it once again tomorrow. Good night and enjoy what remains of your Saturday evening.